For centuries, humanity has looked to the past with curiosity and wonder, often questioning what happened to the ancient civilizations that seemed to flourish and then suddenly vanish. The question of why and how these civilizations disappeared continues to haunt historians, archaeologists, and curious minds alike. Was it due to war, natural disasters, or something more elusive? Could these ancient societies have vanished not through any predictable or explainable cause but because of something much more mysterious? This is the paradox that surrounds the stories of forgotten civilizations, and it's one that offers more questions than answers. What if we are not looking in the right places? What if the answers to these ancient mysteries are hidden beneath layers of time, lost to the ages but waiting to be uncovered? As we embark on this journey to explore the disappearance of these ancient societies, we must first acknowledge how little we know about the full scope of human history. The ancient world was far more complex and diverse than we could have ever imagined, with societies rising and falling, disappearing without leaving any clear trail behind. Some civilizations left behind monumental structures, written records, and artifacts that continue to awe us, yet many of these same societies simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only the ruins of their once great achievements. The mystery of their disappearance is both perplexing and captivating, urging us to seek answers that may forever remain out of reach. Take, for example, the case of the Maya civilization. At its height, the Maya were one of the most advanced societies in the Americas. They built monumental cities, developed an intricate calendar system, and made groundbreaking advancements in astronomy, mathematics, and agriculture. Yet, in the 9th century, these cities were mysteriously abandoned. Was it climate change? Droughts that caused crops to fail? Or perhaps it was war, internal conflicts between powerful city-states that led to the civilization's collapse? Or could there have been a more profound, unknowable cause at play? For decades, historians and archaeologists have debated these possibilities, but the true reason behind the Maya's disappearance remains elusive. Similarly, the story of Atlantis continues to captivate imaginations around the world. Described by the philosopher Plato as a powerful and advanced civilization that existed over 9,000 years ago, Atlantis was said to be a sprawling island empire, rich in culture and technology, before it suddenly vanished into the sea. Many believe Atlantis was merely a fictional tale designed to illustrate moral lessons about the dangers of hubris. But what if Plato's story was based on a real event? What if there truly was an ancient civilization that sank beneath the waves, lost to time and now buried beneath the ocean floor? Some theories suggest that Atlantis was located in the Mediterranean, while others propose that it could have been in the Caribbean or the Antarctic region. Though no concrete evidence has been found, the mystery of Atlantis continues to spark theories and speculation. Then there's the case of the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the earliest urban cultures in the world. Flourishing between 3300 BCE and 1300 BCE, the people of the Indus Valley created cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized brick sizes, and advanced agricultural techniques. Yet, after hundreds of years of thriving, the civilization mysteriously disappeared. What caused the collapse? Some believe it was due to environmental factors, such as shifting river courses or earthquakes that disrupted the agricultural base. Others suggest that it was due to invasions from nomadic tribes or internal conflicts that led to the destruction of the cities. Despite many theories, no definitive cause has been determined. More intriguing still is the fact that the Indus Valley script, which could hold the key to understanding their culture and their eventual demise, remains undeciphered, leaving a crucial part of their history hidden. The ancestral Puebloans, a Native American culture known for their cliff dwellings and sophisticated agricultural practices, also left behind an enduring mystery. At the height of their civilization, they built intricate dwellings in the cliffs of the American Southwest, and their agricultural systems were highly advanced. Yet, around the 13th century, they mysteriously abandoned their cities, leaving behind empty homes and no clear explanation for their sudden departure. Was it drought that drove them away, or was there another factor at play? Some suggest that there was conflict between different groups, while others propose that environmental collapse or external invasions might have caused the abandonment. However, no conclusive explanation has been found, and the reason for their sudden disappearance remains one of the great unanswered questions of ancient history. In recent years, the discovery of Göbekli Tepe has raised even more questions about our understanding of ancient civilizations. Situated in modern-day Turkey, Göbekli Tepe is a site that predates Stonehenge by thousands of years, suggesting that advanced knowledge of architecture, astronomy, and ritual existed long before previously thought. The intricacy and purpose of this site are mind-boggling, yet the purpose of its construction remains unclear. What is even more fascinating is that the site was intentionally buried after it had been used for some time, a decision that raises many questions. Did the builders abandon the site due to some unknown force, or was there a cultural or religious significance to its burial? The fact that such an advanced civilization existed in such a remote time, and left behind no written records, only adds to the mystery surrounding the ancient world. This theme of civilizations building incredible achievements only to fade into obscurity can also be seen in the case of the Olmec civilization. Known for their colossal stone heads, the Olmecs were one of the first Mesoamerican societies, laying the foundations for future cultures like the Maya and the Aztec. Their achievements in art, architecture, and religion were groundbreaking, yet their sudden disappearance left no clear explanation. Theories abound, suggesting that environmental factors, social unrest, or even an outside invasion might have contributed to their fall, but like so many other lost civilizations, the truth remains unknown. The story of these ancient societies raises the inevitable question: what causes entire civilizations to disappear without a trace? Is it a natural event, like a volcanic eruption, earthquake, or drought? Or is there something more profound, more mysterious at work? Perhaps the answers lie not just in physical evidence, but in the very stories these civilizations left behind. After all, every ancient society was built on a foundation of myths, legends, and oral histories that explained their origins, their gods, and their eventual fall. What if those stories contain clues to their downfall? What if we are misinterpreting these tales, or overlooking their deeper meanings? What is perhaps most unsettling is that as much as we have learned about these lost civilizations, we are still left with a profound sense of uncertainty. Even with all our technological advancements and archaeological tools, we continue to scratch the surface of ancient history. Each new discovery seems to raise more questions than it answers, pushing the boundaries of what we know, but also leaving us with an overwhelming sense of how much remains hidden in the shadows of time. These forgotten civilizations, with their unexplained disappearances, leave us with an unsettling truth: the more we learn about the past, the more we realize how little we truly understand. Each piece of evidence uncovered seems to reveal a new layer of complexity, but it also deepens the mystery. Were these civilizations simply wiped out by natural forces, or did something far more extraordinary take place? As we dig deeper into the ruins, into the legends, and into the myths, one thing becomes clear: the story of humanity is far from over, and the mysteries of the ancient world are waiting to be discovered, if we're willing to look. The idea that entire civilizations could disappear without a trace is not just a historical curiosity, it is a reminder of the fragility of human existence. If these once great societies could vanish, then what does that say about the longevity of our own civilization? Could the same forces that led to the demise of the Maya, the Indus Valley, or Atlantis be at work today? The more we reflect on these ancient mysteries, the more we are forced to confront the idea that history is not a straight line, but rather a series of cycles that rise and fall, often leaving nothing but the dust of time. And just as the past has its hidden stories, so too does the future await its own untold secrets. The Maya civilization, with its awe-inspiring achievements and enigmatic disappearance, remains one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. For centuries, scholars and adventurers alike have tried to unravel the reasons behind the sudden and dramatic collapse of this once thriving society. At its height, the Maya civilization spanned vast regions, from southern Mexico through Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, reaching a population of millions. They built monumental cities, developed sophisticated systems of writing and mathematics, and possessed an astronomical knowledge that still fascinates researchers today. Yet, by the 9th century AD, the heart of the Maya civilization, particularly in the southern lowlands, was mysteriously abandoned, leaving behind empty cities, crumbling temples, and a culture that seemed to vanish as abruptly as it had risen. What happened to the Maya, and why did their seemingly advanced civilization fall into ruin? At first glance, it appears to be a classic case of societal collapse, cities abandoned, political structures dissolved, and a once great culture left in ruins. But as researchers dig deeper, they find that the answers are not so simple. Theories abound, but none fully explain the true reasons for the Maya's disappearance. One of the most commonly cited factors is environmental change, particularly prolonged droughts. In fact, many scholars believe that a series of catastrophic droughts, which struck the region in the centuries leading up to the collapse, may have played a pivotal role in the demise of the Maya. The evidence for these droughts is compelling. Sediment cores taken from lakes in the region reveal striking evidence of periods of severe drought that coincide with the Maya collapse. These environmental changes would have devastated the Maya's agricultural base, leading to crop failures and food shortages. As the region's already fragile environment began to dry up, the once thriving agricultural systems of the Maya could no longer sustain the population. The social, economic, and political structures that had supported the civilization began to crumble under the pressure of scarcity and hunger. Cities that had been teeming with life suddenly became ghost towns, as people fled in search of food and resources. However, this theory of environmental collapse, while persuasive, does not tell the whole story. After all, the Maya were an incredibly adaptable people, skilled at managing their environment through advanced agricultural techniques such as terracing and irrigation. How, then, could they have succumbed so completely to the forces of nature? Some argue that the Maya's downfall was not just the result of a single environmental factor but rather a complex interplay of multiple pressures, including warfare, political instability, and overpopulation. Warfare, in particular, may have played a significant role in the collapse of the Maya civilization. Evidence suggests that during the period leading up to the decline, many Maya city-states were engaged in intense warfare with one another. These conflicts were not just small skirmishes but full-scale battles fought over resources, power, and territory. The Maya practiced a highly ritualized form of warfare, often involving elaborate ceremonies and the capture of prisoners for sacrifice. However, as resources dwindled and the pressure on the environment increased, the constant warring between the city-states would have strained the civilization's ability to survive. Instead of coming together to face the challenges of the environment, the Maya were fragmented by conflict, weakening their collective ability to cope with the worsening conditions. Political instability also played a critical role in the collapse. The Maya civilization was not a unified empire but rather a collection of independent city-states, each with its own ruler and political structure. These city-states were often engaged in rivalry, with alliances shifting constantly. As the climate worsened and resources became scarce, the political structures of the Maya city-states were undermined by infighting, rebellion, and the breakdown of leadership. Some rulers, who had once been seen as divine figures, were now blamed for the suffering of their people. As the social fabric unraveled, cities were abandoned, and entire dynasties fell into ruin. While environmental factors and warfare are the most commonly cited explanations for the Maya collapse, there is another intriguing possibility that cannot be dismissed: the role of internal societal factors and cultural shifts. The Maya civilization was deeply religious, with an intricate pantheon of gods and a sophisticated system of ritual sacrifice. Their religious practices were closely tied to their political and social systems. Rulers were seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people, and their ability to appease the gods was thought to ensure the prosperity and stability of their society. When droughts began to ravage the region, it is possible that the Maya began to lose faith in their leaders, seeing their inability to prevent the suffering as a sign of divine displeasure. This crisis of faith could have further exacerbated the social and political instability, as people turned away from traditional religious practices and looked for alternative ways of understanding and coping with the changing world around them. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Maya collapse is the suddenness of it. Unlike many other ancient civilizations, the Maya didn't just decline slowly over centuries. Instead, entire cities were abandoned seemingly overnight. The city of Tikal, for example, once a bustling metropolis with towering pyramids and impressive plazas, was deserted by the end of the 9th century. Similarly, the city of Copan, another major Maya center, was similarly abandoned. These cities, once symbols of Maya power and achievement, now lay silent, with their great structures slowly eroding and disappearing under the weight of time. The fact that the Maya left behind such a rich cultural legacy, monuments, writing, art, and architecture, yet disappeared so completely, only adds to the mystery. Another factor that has contributed to the enduring mystery of the Maya collapse is the legacy of their written records. The Maya were among the most literate societies of the ancient world, and they left behind an extensive body of written work, primarily in the form of inscriptions carved into stone monuments. These inscriptions documented everything from royal genealogies and military victories to religious rituals and astronomical observations. Despite their impressive achievements in writing, much of the Maya script remains undeciphered. Scholars have made great strides in understanding some aspects of the script, but large portions of it remain a mystery, meaning that the true history of the Maya civilization, especially the events leading up to their collapse, remains hidden in the undecoded texts. The fact that the Maya civilization did not disappear entirely is also significant. While the southern cities were abandoned, the Maya civilization did not vanish overnight. The northern cities, such as Chichen Itza, continued to thrive for several centuries after the collapse of the southern cities. This suggests that the collapse was not a single event but rather a gradual process that affected different regions at different times. By the time the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, the Maya civilization had already been in decline for centuries, though some Maya people still persisted in the region. In many ways, the legacy of the Maya continues to live on, as their descendants still inhabit the same regions where their ancestors once built their great cities. The ruins of the ancient Maya cities, now covered in dense jungle, serve as a testament to their once great civilization, and modern-day Maya communities continue to preserve their language, culture, and traditions. Despite the many theories about the collapse of the Maya civilization, one thing remains clear: the mystery of why and how the Maya disappeared is far from solved. Theories of environmental disaster, warfare, political instability, and cultural shifts each offer plausible explanations, but no single factor seems to fully explain the dramatic collapse of this extraordinary civilization. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between, a combination of multiple pressures that led to the downfall of one of history's greatest civilizations. Whatever the reason, the legacy of the Maya continues to intrigue and captivate us, offering a glimpse into a world of incredible achievement and sudden destruction. Their story serves as a reminder that even the most powerful and advanced civilizations can fall, and that history often holds more questions than answers. The legend of Atlantis, a name that has echoed throughout history and myth, continues to captivate the imaginations of those who seek to understand the mysteries of our past. First introduced by the philosopher Plato around 360 BCE, Atlantis is described as a grand, advanced civilization that existed thousands of years before his time, only to disappear in a cataclysmic event. According to Plato's writings, Atlantis was a large island located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. It was a prosperous society, technologically advanced, and rich in resources. Yet, in a single day and night of unimaginable disaster, Atlantis was submerged into the sea, lost forever. Since Plato's account, the story of Atlantis has evolved into one of the most enduring and perplexing legends in human history. But was Atlantis a mere allegory, or did it hold a kernel of truth? Was there, in fact, a civilization that flourished, only to vanish beneath the waves, erased from history by forces beyond comprehension? For centuries, scholars, historians, and explorers have debated whether Plato's tale was merely a story crafted to teach lessons on the dangers of hubris, or whether it was based on a real historical event. Plato himself presented Atlantis as a cautionary tale, using the island to contrast the ideals of ancient Athens, presenting it as a powerful but corrupt civilization that eventually fell due to its own moral and ethical decay. However, the question that has persisted through the ages is whether Atlantis was a mythic creation or an actual place with a real history. The first major theory to link Atlantis with historical reality came in the 19th century, when archaeologists and researchers began speculating that Plato's story might have been based on real-world events. One of the most popular theories centers around the Minoan civilization, which flourished on the island of Crete during the Aegean Bronze Age. The Minoans, with their advanced architecture, elaborate palaces, and seafaring prowess, bear a striking resemblance to Plato's description of the Atlanteans. The Minoans were also at the height of their power around the time Plato described Atlantis as existing, and their civilization abruptly collapsed around 1450 BCE, following a catastrophic volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Thera, modern-day Santorini. The eruption, one of the largest in recorded history, sent massive tsunamis across the Mediterranean and likely contributed to the downfall of the Minoan civilization. Could this disaster, which destroyed much of the Minoan society, have inspired the story of Atlantis? Some scholars argue that the memory of such a catastrophic event could have been passed down through generations, eventually morphing into the myth of a once great civilization lost to the sea. Yet, while the Minoan connection remains compelling, the exact location of Atlantis, as described by Plato, continues to elude researchers. Plato's account specifies that Atlantis was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which places it somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. This has led some to speculate that Atlantis might have been situated in the Caribbean or even off the coast of the Americas. In the 20th century, numerous expeditions and searches were launched to find traces of Atlantis, with various locations being proposed, such as the Azores, the Canary Islands, and even Antarctica. In the late 20th century, some speculated that the island of Bimini in the Bahamas, with its submerged stone formations, could be the long-lost remains of Atlantis. While these theories have captured the public's imagination, none have provided conclusive evidence to confirm that Atlantis ever existed. Another fascinating theory is the idea that Atlantis was not a physical place at all, but a metaphorical or symbolic concept. According to this interpretation, Plato's tale was never meant to be taken literally, but rather as a cautionary allegory about the dangers of pride, greed, and moral decay. In this view, Atlantis serves as a warning to future civilizations about the destructive consequences of hubris, of a society becoming too powerful and losing sight of its ethical responsibilities. Some scholars suggest that Plato's account of Atlantis was designed to reflect the rise and fall of great powers, such as the ancient Greek city-states, and to illustrate the inevitable downfall of any civilization that fails to uphold moral and just principles. If this interpretation is correct, the idea of Atlantis as a literal lost civilization might simply be a product of human imagination and a distorted retelling of historical events. The myth of Atlantis, then, could be less about a specific place and more about a universal theme of societal collapse. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the idea of Atlantis continues to resonate with people today, in part because it taps into the deep-seated human desire for lost knowledge and forgotten histories. The notion that an ancient, technologically advanced civilization could have existed long before our recorded history, only to vanish from the face of the earth, stirs the imagination. It raises profound questions about what we might have lost and what secrets might still lie buried beneath the ocean, waiting to be rediscovered. The idea of Atlantis also feeds into the broader fascination with ancient civilizations and the possibility that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge or capabilities that we have yet to understand. This longing to uncover lost histories has been a driving force behind numerous archaeological and scientific endeavors. One of the most exciting aspects of the Atlantis legend is its potential connection to the idea of lost knowledge, the belief that ancient civilizations might have possessed advanced technologies, philosophies, or sciences that have since been forgotten or deliberately erased. Some proponents of this theory suggest that Atlantis was a highly advanced civilization, perhaps even more sophisticated than our own, with technologies far beyond what we can imagine. According to this view, the fall of Atlantis was not merely a natural disaster but the result of a cosmic event or even a deliberate attempt by the Atlanteans themselves to destroy their society in order to prevent the misuse of their knowledge. This theory, often associated with ancient astronaut theories, posits that the Atlanteans may have had contact with extraterrestrial beings who provided them with advanced knowledge and technologies. The sudden destruction of Atlantis, in this interpretation, is seen as a tragic end to a civilization that reached too far and paid the ultimate price. While these speculative theories remain largely outside the mainstream of academic thought, they continue to captivate those who believe that the lost history of Atlantis might hold the key to unlocking secrets that have been hidden for millennia. Even more traditional scholars continue to debate the story's significance, with some viewing it as a metaphor for Plato's philosophical ideas, while others insist that there may be some kernel of historical truth buried beneath the layers of myth. The fascination with Atlantis is not limited to historians and archaeologists. It has permeated popular culture and inspired countless works of fiction. From the ancient Greek philosophers' original description to modern-day novels, films, and documentaries, Atlantis has become a symbol of mystery, adventure, and lost wonder. It serves as a metaphor for the unknowable and the unreachable, a tantalizing hint at what once was but is now forever beyond our grasp. In many ways, the myth of Atlantis represents a kind of longing, a yearning for a time when humanity was in tune with the forces of the universe, a time when civilization was both advanced and harmonious, and when wisdom and knowledge were revered above all else. Ultimately, whether or not Atlantis ever truly existed is a question that may never be answered. The allure of Atlantis, like so many ancient myths, lies in its mystery and its ability to spark the imagination. It speaks to something deep within us, the desire to uncover lost knowledge, to explore the unknown, and to understand our place in the vast tapestry of history. The story of Atlantis, whether fact or fiction, invites us to contemplate the fragility of human civilization and the possibility that the greatest secrets of our past may still be waiting to be discovered, hidden beneath the waves, or buried in the forgotten corners of the earth. And while the true story of Atlantis may never be fully known, its legend will undoubtedly continue to inspire those who dare to dream of lost worlds and the mysteries they hold. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the earliest and most advanced urban societies of the ancient world, continues to fascinate historians and archaeologists due to its mysterious rise and sudden disappearance. Flourishing around 3300 BCE to 1300 BCE in what is now modern-day Pakistan and northwest India, the Indus Valley was home to a sophisticated culture with remarkable achievements in urban planning, trade, and craftsmanship. However, despite its many accomplishments, the civilization disappeared from the historical record without a clear explanation. The sudden decline of this once thriving society remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in the study of ancient history. What caused the downfall of such an advanced civilization? And why have we not been able to fully understand their collapse? At its peak, the Indus Valley civilization spanned a vast area, covering approximately 1.25 million square kilometers. This vast territory was home to some of the largest and most well-organized cities of the ancient world, including Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, each with their own complex systems of urban design, sanitation, and commerce. The cities were planned with remarkable precision, featuring grid-like street layouts, advanced drainage systems, and large public buildings that suggest a highly organized and sophisticated society. The people of the Indus Valley were skilled craftsmen, producing intricate jewelry, pottery, and textiles, and they were involved in long-distance trade, as evidenced by the discovery of seals and artifacts that have been found as far away as Mesopotamia and the Arabian Peninsula. The Indus Valley civilization's script, which remains undeciphered to this day, is another key enigma that contributes to the mystery surrounding its sudden disappearance. The people of the Indus Valley developed a system of writing that was used for inscriptions on seals, pottery, and other artifacts, but despite numerous attempts by scholars, the script has never been deciphered. This lack of understanding of the written language makes it incredibly difficult to fully comprehend the society's political, religious, and economic systems. Without the ability to read their texts, historians can only speculate about the reasons for the civilization's collapse. It is possible that the loss of knowledge related to their language, coupled with the physical destruction of key cities, played a role in the eventual decline of the Indus Valley civilization. One of the most widely discussed theories about the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization is environmental change, particularly the shifting course of the rivers that once provided the region with a steady supply of water. The Indus Valley was built around a series of rivers, including the Indus River itself, which provided the water necessary for agriculture, transportation, and daily life. However, evidence suggests that, over time, the region's rivers began to change course, either through natural shifts in the landscape or due to tectonic activity in the area. One theory is that the Gagar-Hakra River, which once flowed through the region, dried up or changed course, leading to a severe reduction in the availability of water. This would have had a catastrophic effect on the agricultural base of the civilization, which relied heavily on irrigation to support its crops. A prolonged drought or significant changes in the region's water systems could have led to crop failures, food shortages, and the eventual collapse of the urban centers. There is also evidence to suggest that the region was subject to periodic flooding, which would have further complicated life in the Indus Valley. The discovery of flooded layers beneath some of the major cities indicates that the people of the Indus Valley may have had to contend with severe seasonal flooding that disrupted their agricultural activities and caused the destruction of key infrastructure. The presence of large granaries in cities such as Mohenjo-Daro suggests that the civilization had strategies in place for storing food in times of scarcity, but it is unclear how these measures would have helped in the face of widespread environmental upheaval. In addition to environmental factors, it is possible that social and political factors contributed to the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization. The society's political structure remains largely unknown, but it is thought that the cities were governed by a form of decentralized authority, with local rulers or councils overseeing different regions. This lack of centralized power may have made it difficult to respond to external threats or coordinate large-scale efforts in times of crisis. As the civilization faced environmental challenges, internal social and political conflicts may have weakened its ability to adapt to the changing conditions. The disappearance of the script and the lack of written records make it difficult to understand the exact nature of these internal dynamics, but it is possible that the people of the Indus Valley were unable to maintain the cohesion of their society in the face of mounting pressures. The possibility of external invasion or conflict is another factor that has been considered as a potential cause of the civilization's collapse. While there is no direct evidence to suggest that the Indus Valley was invaded by foreign armies, some scholars argue that the decline of the civilization may have been caused, at least in part, by invasion or migration. The arrival of new peoples, particularly from the Iranian Plateau or Central Asia, could have contributed to the disruption of the established order in the Indus Valley. However, this theory is controversial, as there is little archaeological evidence to support the idea of a violent invasion. Some researchers believe that the decline was more likely the result of internal pressures and environmental challenges rather than external military conquest. Despite the many theories, the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization remains elusive, and no single factor can fully explain the end of this remarkable society. What is particularly striking about the Indus Valley is that, unlike other ancient civilizations, there are no large-scale written records that describe the collapse or offer insight into the final days of the cities. The sudden abandonment of the cities is another key mystery. Archaeological evidence suggests that the population of the Indus Valley cities declined rapidly, but there is no sign of violent destruction or warfare. Instead, the cities were gradually abandoned, with the residents seemingly moving away without leaving behind significant traces of destruction. This suggests that the collapse may have been a slow, gradual process rather than a sudden, catastrophic event. What happened to the people of the Indus Valley after the collapse is another open question. Some scholars suggest that the people migrated to other regions, possibly moving eastward into the Ganges Valley or to the south in what is now Gujarat. Others argue that the collapse of the Indus Valley was not the end of the civilization but rather a transformation, with some of its cultural elements surviving in the subsequent rise of new urban centers in India. The remnants of Indus Valley culture can be seen in the art, religion, and material culture of later civilizations in the region, suggesting that the civilization's influence did not entirely vanish but instead evolved over time. The mystery of the Indus Valley's decline has been compounded by the fact that so much of its history remains unknown. The inability to decipher the script and the lack of detailed written records leave us with only fragmented pieces of information. Yet, the legacy of the Indus Valley civilization endures, not just in the archaeological remains of its cities and artifacts but also in the ongoing search for answers. The Indus Valley is a reminder that ancient civilizations are often more complex and enigmatic than we can imagine. It challenges us to rethink our understanding of the past and to recognize that much of human history may remain hidden, waiting to be uncovered by future generations of explorers and scholars. The story of the Indus Valley civilization is one of mystery, achievement, and loss, and it continues to captivate our imagination. As we look back at this lost world, we are reminded of the fragility of civilizations and the ways in which environmental, social, and political forces can shape the rise and fall of societies. Despite the many unanswered questions, the civilization's accomplishments in urban planning, trade, and culture continue to inspire awe, and the search for answers about its disappearance remains a crucial pursuit in the study of ancient history. The fall of the Roman Empire is one of the most studied and debated events in history, often serving as the textbook example of the collapse of a once great civilization. The empire, which spanned vast territories across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, was not just a political entity but a symbol of power, wealth, and sophistication. At its zenith, Rome was the world's greatest empire, unmatched in military prowess, economic wealth, and architectural grandeur. Yet, despite its dominance and the strength of its foundations, the empire fell into decline, eventually fragmenting into smaller kingdoms and territories by the end of the 5th century AD. The question that continues to captivate historians is why such a seemingly invincible empire collapsed. Was it inevitable, or could the fall have been prevented? And what can we learn from the end of Rome to understand the fate of other civilizations throughout history? The Roman Empire, at its height, controlled vast swathes of land, stretching from the British Isles to the deserts of Egypt, from the Iberian Peninsula to the Fertile Crescent. It was a civilization of unparalleled ambition, engineering feats, and cultural achievements. The Romans built aqueducts to supply their cities with water, roads that connected far-flung provinces, and monumental structures like the Colosseum and the Pantheon, which still stand as testament to their architectural ingenuity. Roman law, which forms the basis of many legal systems in the modern world, was a symbol of their organizational prowess. Roman culture, including literature, art, and philosophy, greatly influenced later European civilizations. The empire was not just a political entity, but a cultural force that shaped the course of history for centuries. But despite its impressive achievements, the Roman Empire was far from invulnerable. Its very size was both a strength and a weakness. The vastness of the empire meant that it was difficult to govern effectively. As Rome expanded, it faced increasing challenges in managing its provinces, ensuring the loyalty of its distant territories, and dealing with the complexities of communication and logistics across such a wide expanse. The sheer scale of the empire made it susceptible to internal divisions and external threats. Over time, the Roman Empire found it increasingly difficult to maintain its unity and cohesion, and the factors that contributed to its decline were manifold. One of the most significant internal challenges was the growing political instability within the empire. As the empire expanded, its political structure became increasingly complex. The emperor, once a figure of supreme authority, became a target for ambitious generals, political factions, and even the aristocracy. Assassinations, civil wars, and political intrigue became common as various factions vied for control of the empire. The 3rd century AD, in particular, was marked by what is known as the crisis of the 3rd century, during which the Roman Empire faced a series of military, political, and economic crises that nearly led to its collapse. The empire was divided into 3 competing regions, each with its own emperor, leading to fragmentation and instability. This internal division weakened Rome's ability to defend its borders and maintain its power. The growing power of the military also contributed to Rome's decline. In the early days of the empire, the Roman military was a well-disciplined and highly effective fighting force, often drawing soldiers from the ranks of Roman citizens. However, as the empire expanded and the need for soldiers grew, Rome began to recruit more mercenaries, many of whom were from barbarian tribes. These mercenaries were often more loyal to their commanders than to the Roman state itself, and their increasing influence within the military contributed to a decline in discipline and cohesion. The military became a political force in its own right, with generals using their armies to seize power, further destabilizing the empire. Another significant factor in Rome's decline was the economic strain placed on the empire by its size and military commitments. The Roman Empire's economy was largely agrarian, and much of its wealth came from the conquest of new territories and the tribute paid by conquered peoples. However, as the empire expanded, the costs of maintaining a large military and an extensive bureaucracy drained the treasury. High taxes were levied on the provinces, leading to widespread discontent among the population. Inflation also became a serious problem, particularly during the reign of Emperor Diocletian in the late 3rd century AD. The Roman currency was debased, leading to a loss of value and further economic instability. As the empire's wealth diminished, its ability to maintain its military strength and infrastructure was compromised, further weakening its position. Alongside economic challenges, the Roman Empire also faced significant social changes that contributed to its decline. The Roman aristocracy, once deeply tied to the state and the military, became increasingly disconnected from the needs of the empire. The elite class enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle, often indulging in excess, while the common people faced hardship and poverty. This growing inequality between the classes led to social unrest, as the lower classes felt increasingly alienated from the ruling elite. The rise of Christianity in the empire also played a role in this social shift. While Christianity offered hope and unity to the disenfranchised, it also challenged the traditional Roman religious and cultural values. The Roman state, which had once seen religion as an integral part of its political identity, found itself increasingly divided over the role of Christianity in society. The shift from paganism to Christianity was not just a religious transformation but also a cultural and political upheaval that undermined the traditional structures of Roman society. Externally, the Roman Empire faced constant pressure from barbarian invasions, particularly in the 4th and 5th centuries AD. The Huns, Goths, Vandals, and other barbarian groups began to encroach on the empire's borders, exploiting its weakened state. In 410 AD, the Visigoths, led by Alaric, famously sacked Rome, an event that sent shockwaves throughout the empire. The sack of Rome, once thought unthinkable, marked a symbolic turning point in the empire's decline. A few decades later, in 476 AD, the last Roman emperor in the West, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer, marking the official fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, managed to survive for another 1,000 years, but the fall of the West marked the end of the Roman Empire as a dominant political and military force in the Western world. The collapse of the Roman Empire was not the result of a single event or cause but rather a complex interplay of political, economic, social, and military factors. It was the culmination of centuries of internal and external pressures that gradually eroded the empire's foundations. While some scholars argue that the fall of Rome was inevitable, others suggest that the empire could have survived if different decisions had been made at crucial moments in history. The fall of the Roman Empire serves as a reminder of the fragility of even the greatest civilizations and the dangers of complacency, corruption, and internal division. The legacy of the Roman Empire is still felt today. Its laws, governance, and cultural achievements have left an indelible mark on Western civilization. However, the empire's fall also offers important lessons for modern societies. It reminds us that even the most powerful nations must be vigilant in addressing internal instability, economic challenges, and external threats. The story of Rome's decline and fall is a cautionary tale about the dangers of overexpansion, political fragmentation, and the failure to adapt to changing circumstances. In the end, the fall of Rome was not the end of its influence, but rather the beginning of a new era in European history, one that would eventually lead to the rise of the medieval kingdoms and the shaping of the modern world. The ancestral Puebloans, often referred to as the Anasazi, were a group of indigenous people who lived in the American Southwest, particularly in the Four Corners region, where present-day Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah intersect. Between roughly 1000 CE and 1300 CE, these people built some of the most impressive and innovative architectural structures in pre-Columbian North America. From cliff dwellings nestled high in the canyon walls to sprawling multi-story complexes made of stone and adobe, their creations still awe modern observers. Yet, despite their remarkable achievements in architecture, agriculture, and societal organization, the ancestral Puebloans mysteriously abandoned their settlements by the end of the 13th century, leaving behind only the remnants of their once thriving culture. The reasons for their sudden and dramatic departure have remained a subject of intense debate, with numerous theories proposed, ranging from environmental shifts to social upheaval and internal conflict. But what really led to the fall of this advanced civilization, and why did they seemingly vanish from history? The ancestral Puebloans' culture and achievements were incredibly sophisticated. They were expert farmers, utilizing complex irrigation systems to support their agriculture, growing crops such as maize, corn, beans, and squash, which were staples of their diet. Their farming techniques were finely attuned to the environment, and they were able to adapt to the often harsh climate of the Southwest. But farming wasn't the only area in which the ancestral Puebloans excelled. Their remarkable craftsmanship is still evident today in the pottery, jewelry, and textiles they left behind. They also developed an advanced form of astronomy, aligning many of their buildings and structures with the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, a testament to their deep understanding of the natural world. Perhaps one of their most extraordinary accomplishments was their construction of cliff dwellings and multi-story pueblos, which provided them with protection from the elements and potential enemies. These structures, some of which are still visible in places like Mesa Verde National Park and Canyon de Chelly, were marvels of engineering, designed to be both functional and symbolic. However, the decline of the ancestral Puebloans, particularly the abandonment of their cliff dwellings and other settlements, remains a mystery. Theories regarding their departure vary widely, but many scholars agree that a combination of environmental, social, and political factors likely played a role in their downfall. One of the most widely discussed factors is climate change. Evidence suggests that the Southwest experienced a period of prolonged drought in the late 12th and early 13th centuries, a time when the ancestral Puebloans were at the height of their power. The area's delicate environment, which was already challenging to farm, would have been severely affected by these shifts in weather. Water sources would have dwindled, and crops would have failed, leading to widespread food shortages. Paleoclimatologists have studied tree rings and sediment cores from the region to reconstruct ancient climate patterns, and the results show that the 12th and 13th centuries were marked by periods of intense drought, lasting for decades at a time. These dry spells would have placed enormous strain on the ancestral Puebloans' agricultural systems, as their dependence on irrigation and rain-fed agriculture made them vulnerable to fluctuations in climate. The drought would have not only reduced their food supply but also diminished their access to water, forcing them to abandon their settlements in search of more hospitable areas. Some archaeologists believe that the evidence of an abrupt abandonment of the cliff dwellings suggests that the population was forced to leave quickly, perhaps due to the sudden and severe impacts of the drought. While environmental factors like drought are likely contributors to the abandonment of the ancestral Puebloan settlements, it is important to consider that climate change alone may not have been the sole cause. Social and political dynamics within the society may have also played a significant role. As resources became scarcer and the challenges of survival intensified, tensions within the ancestral Puebloan communities may have risen. Some scholars believe that internal conflict, possibly between different clans or factions, could have further fractured the society. Social unrest, competition for dwindling resources, and even shifts in religious or cultural practices may have created divisions that contributed to the collapse of the community structure. Archaeological evidence suggests that the population of ancestral Puebloans grew rapidly in the centuries leading up to their abandonment of the cliff dwellings. This population growth could have led to overcrowding in some settlements, putting additional pressure on the environment and the resources available to the people. With fewer resources to go around, tensions may have escalated, and competition for land, water, and food may have led to conflict within and between communities. It is possible that factions within the society were unable to come to terms with the pressures they faced, further destabilizing the social fabric of the ancestral Puebloans. Another theory that has gained attention in recent years is the idea that the ancestral Puebloans may have faced external pressures as well. The southwest region of North America was home to many different indigenous groups, and it is possible that conflict with neighboring tribes or peoples contributed to their decision to leave their settlements. Evidence of violence, such as signs of defensive walls and evidence of warfare in certain regions, suggests that external threats could have played a role in the migration of the ancestral Puebloans. However, this theory remains somewhat speculative, as there is no direct evidence to confirm widespread invasions or military conflict at the time of their departure. It is also worth noting that the ancestral Puebloans may not have simply disappeared. While they abandoned their cliff dwellings and large settlements, it is likely that many of them migrated to other areas, where they integrated with other indigenous groups. Archaeological evidence shows that many of the ancestral Puebloans' descendants later settled in the Rio Grande Valley and other parts of the Southwest, where their cultural and agricultural practices continued to influence later Native American cultures. These migrations may have been the result of environmental pressures, social unrest, or the need for new opportunities, but they also suggest that the ancestral Puebloans did not vanish entirely. Instead, their culture persisted and evolved, with many of their traditions being passed down through generations. The mystery of the ancestral Puebloans' abandonment of their settlements continues to captivate archaeologists and historians. While there is no single explanation for their decline, it is likely that a combination of environmental, social, and political factors contributed to their decision to leave the canyon cliffs and move elsewhere. The impact of climate change, particularly the droughts of the 12th and 13th centuries, would have been devastating to a society so reliant on agriculture. When combined with the pressures of population growth, resource scarcity, and potential internal conflict, the collapse of the ancestral Puebloan settlements seems almost inevitable. Yet, even in the face of these challenges, the ancestral Puebloans' legacy continues to endure. Their remarkable achievements in architecture, agriculture, and culture remain a testament to their resilience and ingenuity, and their descendants still live in the Southwest today, preserving many of the traditions and practices that were passed down through the ages. The story of the ancestral Puebloans is a reminder that even the most advanced and prosperous civilizations are vulnerable to the forces of nature and the dynamics of human society. The lessons of their rise and fall are as relevant today as they were centuries ago, offering insights into the challenges of sustainability, community building, and adaptation. Their story, while tragic in its disappearance, is ultimately one of survival and endurance, as the spirit of the ancestral Puebloans lives on in the land they once called home and in the generations that continue to honor their memory. The disappearance of the Easter Island civilization, or the Rapa Nui people, stands as one of the most perplexing and tragic mysteries in human history. Easter Island, known locally as Rapa Nui, is a small, isolated island in the southeastern Pacific Ocean, renowned for its iconic stone statues, the moai, which have captivated the world's imagination for centuries. These towering, enigmatic figures, sculpted from volcanic tuff, stand as silent sentinels to a society that once thrived on the island, a society whose culture, technology, and political system were ultimately destroyed. The island's tragic story is a cautionary tale of human ambition, environmental degradation, and societal collapse, one that raises profound questions about the sustainability of human societies, especially when they push the limits of their environment. When the first Polynesians arrived on Easter Island around 800 CE, the island was lush, with abundant resources and a relatively mild climate. These early settlers, according to most archaeological evidence, created a society that thrived for centuries, building impressive infrastructure, including agricultural terraces, irrigation systems, and the aforementioned moai statues. The moai, some of which are as tall as 33 feet and weigh several tons, were carved to honor the ancestors, and they were placed strategically around the island, often near ceremonial platforms called ahu. The statues symbolized power, status, and connection to the divine, and were central to Rapa Nui's spiritual and political life. At its peak, the Rapa Nui society was not just known for its monumental statues but also for its complex social and political structure. The island was divided into several clans, each led by a chief, and these clans often engaged in intense competition for resources, political power, and prestige. This hierarchical society was built on a combination of religious belief, social order, and economic production. The moai statues were a key aspect of this system. They represented the ancestors, and the power of the chiefs was believed to be tied to the size and number of the moai statues their clans could erect. The construction and transportation of these massive statues required a highly organized and resource-intensive effort, including skilled labor, advanced engineering techniques, and an intricate system of cooperation between different factions on the island. However, the prosperity of the Rapa Nui people was not to last. By the time Europeans first arrived on Easter Island in the 18th century, the island was in a state of crisis. The dense forests that had once covered the island had been largely cleared, the topsoil had eroded, and the population had collapsed. The grand stone statues, once symbols of political and spiritual power, now lay scattered and broken. The once thriving society had descended into disarray, with warfare between rival clans and the collapse of social and political systems. What happened? How did a society that had achieved such remarkable feats fall so dramatically? One of the most commonly discussed theories is the idea that the collapse of the Rapa Nui civilization was the result of environmental degradation, specifically deforestation. Easter Island was once covered in lush, subtropical forests, which provided the resources needed for agriculture, building materials, and firewood. The islanders relied on these forests to sustain their growing population. As the population grew, the demand for resources also increased. To build the moai statues, large quantities of wood were needed to transport and carve the statues, and this may have contributed to deforestation. Additionally, the Rapa Nui people used wood to construct boats, which were essential for fishing and trade. As the forests were cleared to meet these demands, the island's ecosystems began to degrade. The loss of trees led to soil erosion, which diminished the land's agricultural productivity and made the island increasingly vulnerable to drought and climate change. As the island's environment began to collapse, so too did the social and political systems that had once supported it. The Rapa Nui people, who had once thrived on cooperation and communal effort, began to turn against one another. The competitive nature of their society, which had once been driven by the construction of moai statues, turned violent. As resources became scarcer and food more difficult to grow, clans fought over what little remained. The once powerful chiefs lost their influence, and the social fabric that had held the society together began to unravel. The building of the moai statues, once a symbol of unity and prestige, became an act of futility, as the resources required to build and move the statues drained the island's remaining reserves. The Rapa Nui people's isolation also played a significant role in their downfall. The island's location, roughly 2,300 miles from the nearest inhabited landmass, made it incredibly difficult to engage in trade or communication with other societies. As the environment deteriorated and internal strife grew, the people of Easter Island found themselves increasingly isolated, both from the outside world and from each other. The lack of trade meant that they could not import the resources they needed to sustain their society, and the lack of outside influence left them without the knowledge or technology to address the environmental challenges they faced. As the society fragmented, the once thriving culture of the Rapa Nui people was left to collapse in on itself. The arrival of Europeans in the 18th century further exacerbated the situation. When the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen first encountered Easter Island in 1722, he found a society that was already in decline. The Europeans brought diseases, which further decimated the population, and the island's resources were plundered to fuel the demands of European colonization. In the following centuries, the Rapa Nui people were subjected to slave raids, primarily by Peruvian slave traders, which reduced the population even further. By the late 19th century, the island's population had been reduced to just a few hundred people, many of whom had been forcibly relocated to other areas. The destruction of the Moai statues, once revered as symbols of power and divinity, reflected the complete collapse of the societal structure that had created them. The collapse of the Rapa Nui civilization is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of overexploiting natural resources and the vulnerability of societies to environmental collapse. The Rapa Nui people, like many other civilizations throughout history, pushed the limits of their environment and paid the ultimate price. The loss of their society, their environment, and their culture serves as a stark reminder of the importance of sustainability and the need for societies to respect the balance of nature. However, while the story of Easter Island is one of environmental destruction, it is also a story of resilience. Despite the collapse of their society, the Rapa Nui people did not disappear entirely. They survived in small communities, and their descendants still live on the island today, preserving their traditions, language, and culture. The Moai statues, though damaged and scattered, still stand as a testament to the ingenuity and strength of the Rapa Nui people. In recent years, there has been a growing movement to restore the Moai statues and reclaim the island's cultural heritage. These efforts are a symbol of the Rapa Nui people's ability to endure and rebuild, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The story of Easter Island also raises important questions about our modern world. Are we, too, pushing the limits of our environment, consuming resources faster than they can be replenished? Are we on a path toward environmental collapse, much like the Rapa Nui people were? The parallels between the collapse of Easter Island and contemporary society are striking, and the lessons from Easter Island are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. As we face the challenges of climate change, deforestation, and overconsumption, the fall of the Rapa Nui civilization serves as a warning about the fragility of human societies and the need for sustainable practices to ensure the long-term survival of our world. The fate of Easter Island is not just a tragic historical event, it is a mirror that reflects the vulnerabilities of all civilizations and the delicate balance between humanity and the environment. The Moai statues stand as enduring symbols of both human achievement and folly, reminders of the price that can be paid when we push nature too far and forget the need for harmony with the world around us. As we look to the future, the story of Easter Island serves as a powerful reminder that the choices we make today will shape the world we leave behind for future generations. The ancient Maya civilization, renowned for its monumental architecture, advanced knowledge of astronomy, and sophisticated written language, once thrived in the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, flourishing for more than 1,000 years. The Maya were among the most accomplished civilizations in the Americas, with a complex social structure, highly developed trade systems, and remarkable achievements in mathematics and science. They constructed vast cities, including Tikal, Palenque, and Copan, which were centers of political, religious, and cultural activity. Yet, despite their brilliance, the Maya civilization experienced a dramatic collapse around the end of the 9th century, and many of their great cities were abandoned. The reasons for this collapse have been the subject of debate among historians, archaeologists, and scholars for centuries, as the factors behind the downfall of one of the most advanced societies in pre-Columbian America remain shrouded in mystery. The Maya civilization's rise to prominence began around 2000 BCE, with the development of early agricultural techniques and the establishment of small villages and settlements. By the time of the Classic period, from 250 CE to 900 CE, the Maya had transformed into a powerful and highly organized civilization, with a series of city-states spread across present-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. The Maya had a complex political system, with each city-state ruled by a king or a noble class, and a thriving economy that relied on the cultivation of maize, beans, and squash. They also had a vibrant culture, with religious ceremonies, art, music, and an elaborate mythology that influenced every aspect of their lives. The Maya's most remarkable achievements were in the fields of astronomy, mathematics, and writing. Their astronomical knowledge was extraordinary, and they were able to predict solar eclipses, the movements of planets, and other celestial events with remarkable precision. The Maya used this knowledge to create a complex calendar system, which was among the most accurate in the ancient world. Their long count calendar, for example, was designed to track large periods of time, and it became famous in 2012 when many believed the calendar predicted the end of the world. In reality, the calendar was simply a way to track cycles of time, and the end of the world prediction was a misinterpretation of the Maya's sophisticated system. In addition to their achievements in astronomy, the Maya also developed an advanced system of writing. Their hieroglyphic script, known as Maya glyphs, was used to record historical events, genealogies, religious texts, and other important information. The Maya created codices, folded books made from bark paper, that were filled with intricate symbols and glyphs. Though much of Maya writing has been deciphered, many of the texts still remain a mystery, leaving us with gaps in our understanding of their culture and history. Their ability to record and pass down knowledge through writing was a testament to their intellectual prowess and their commitment to preserving their legacy for future generations. Despite the Maya's impressive accomplishments, the collapse of their civilization in the 9th century remains one of the most puzzling events in history. The most significant cities of the classic Maya period, including Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, all saw their populations decline and their great monuments left in ruin. The reasons for this decline have been the subject of numerous theories, each attempting to explain the factors that led to the fall of such a powerful and advanced civilization. One of the most widely accepted explanations for the collapse of the Maya civilization is environmental degradation. The Maya relied heavily on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of maize, which required vast amounts of land to grow. As the population grew, the Maya cleared more and more of the jungle to create agricultural fields, eventually leading to deforestation. The destruction of the forest canopy disrupted the region's ecosystem, leading to soil erosion and the depletion of fertile land. The loss of forest cover also led to changes in the local climate, exacerbating the effects of droughts, which were already a common occurrence in the region. Evidence from ancient pollen samples and sediment cores taken from lakes in the area suggests that the Maya experienced periods of intense drought, particularly during the 9th century, when many of the major cities began to decline. The Maya were heavily reliant on rainwater to support their agricultural systems, and prolonged droughts would have had devastating consequences for their ability to grow crops. The combination of deforestation and climate change may have resulted in crop failures, leading to food shortages, famine, and social unrest. With their agricultural base weakened, the Maya cities may have struggled to maintain their complex societies, leading to the collapse of their political and economic systems. In addition to environmental factors, internal social and political instability may have contributed to the fall of the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization was made up of numerous city-states, each with its own ruler and political structure. These city-states were often in competition with one another for resources, territory, and influence. As the region's resources became scarcer due to environmental degradation, conflicts between rival city-states may have intensified, leading to warfare and political fragmentation. Some scholars argue that the collapse of the Maya civilization was a result of these internal divisions, with city-states collapsing under the weight of political infighting and military conflicts. Another theory that has been proposed to explain the collapse of the Maya civilization is the rise of religious and ideological factors. The Maya were deeply religious people, and their kings were considered divine rulers who communicated with the gods. Religious rituals, including human sacrifice, were central to the functioning of Maya society, and the rulers often relied on the support of the priesthood to maintain their power. As the environment began to deteriorate and resources became scarcer, the kings may have increasingly relied on religious justifications to maintain their authority. Some scholars argue that the collapse of the Maya civilization may have been tied to a breakdown in the legitimacy of the rulers and their ability to maintain control over the population through religious and ideological means. The collapse of religious authority, coupled with social unrest and economic decline, may have led to the disintegration of the political system. Additionally, the Maya were vulnerable to external pressures, including invasions or migration from neighboring peoples. Though there is no definitive evidence of large-scale invasions, the decline of certain Maya city-states may have been influenced by outside forces, such as the rise of the Toltec civilization to the north. The Toltecs were known to have expanded their influence in the region during the post-classic period, and their rise may have contributed to the destabilization of the already weakened Maya cities. The Maya, unable to resist external pressures, may have experienced political fragmentation and social collapse as a result. Finally, some scholars believe that the collapse of the Maya civilization was not a single, sudden event but rather a gradual process that unfolded over several centuries. The collapse may have been a result of a complex interplay of environmental, political, social, and economic factors, with different regions experiencing decline at different times. While the cities of the southern lowlands experienced a dramatic collapse in the 9th century, other regions of the Maya civilization, such as the northern Yucatan Peninsula, continued to thrive for several centuries after the southern cities fell. The Maya civilization did not disappear entirely. Instead, it transformed into a new phase known as the post-classic period, during which smaller cities and centers of power emerged in the northern regions of the Maya world. These centers, including Chichen Itza, continued to develop for several centuries before the final decline of the civilization in the 16th century with the arrival of Spanish conquistadors. The fall of the Maya civilization is a multifaceted mystery that continues to intrigue scholars and historians. While there is no single explanation for the collapse, it is likely that a combination of environmental factors, political instability, social unrest, and external pressures played a role in the downfall of one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas. Despite the collapse of the Maya cities, their legacy lives on in the descendants of the Maya people, who still inhabit the region today. The ruins of the great Maya cities stand as a testament to the achievements of this remarkable civilization and serve as a reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful societies. The collapse of the Maya civilization offers valuable lessons about the importance of environmental stewardship, social cohesion, and political stability, lessons that resonate as strongly today as they did in the 9th century. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the oldest and most advanced urban cultures in the ancient world, flourished around 5,000 years ago in what is now modern-day Pakistan and northwest India. Covering a vast area of approximately 1.25 million square kilometers, it was one of the largest civilizations of the ancient world, even surpassing ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia in terms of urban planning, technological advancement, and social organization. The cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, the two most prominent urban centers of the civilization, stand as remarkable testaments to the sophistication of the people who built them. These cities were designed with a level of precision that suggests a high degree of central planning, with grid-like streets, advanced drainage systems, and standardized brick sizes, all indicating a well-organized society with a strong understanding of engineering, sanitation, and urban infrastructure. Despite its achievements, however, the Indus Valley Civilization mysteriously collapsed around 1900 BCE, and its decline remains one of the most puzzling and debated mysteries of ancient history. At its peak, the Indus Valley Civilization boasted a population of several million people, living in more than 1,000 settlements, many of which were highly developed urban centers. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were the heart of the civilization, each with carefully constructed buildings, wide streets, and advanced systems of drainage, water supply, and waste management. The cities were planned with remarkable precision, and archaeological evidence suggests that the inhabitants of these cities enjoyed a relatively high standard of living. They had access to clean water, with elaborate wells, public baths, and sophisticated drainage systems that ensured the efficient removal of waste. This focus on hygiene and sanitation was unprecedented at the time, and it shows that the Indus people understood the importance of public health in maintaining a thriving society. In addition to their urban planning achievements, the Indus Valley people were skilled in a variety of crafts, including metallurgy, pottery, and textile production. They used bronze and copper to create tools and weapons, and their pottery was highly advanced, featuring intricate designs and a variety of shapes. The people of the Indus Valley also engaged in trade, both within their own civilization and with distant regions. Archaeological evidence shows that they traded with Mesopotamia, Persia, and regions of Central Asia, exchanging goods such as precious stones, metals, and textiles. The civilization's wealth was not only in its material culture but also in its sophisticated system of writing, which remains undeciphered to this day. The script, known as the Indus script, is found on seals, pottery, and other artifacts, but despite extensive efforts by linguists and archaeologists, it has yet to be fully understood. This mysterious writing system is one of the many unanswered questions surrounding the Indus Valley civilization, and its lack of decipherment has made it difficult to fully understand the culture, politics, and social structure of this remarkable society. Despite its many accomplishments, the decline of the Indus Valley civilization is as enigmatic as its rise. By around 1900 BCE, the once thriving cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were abandoned, and the civilization that had flourished for centuries seemed to vanish almost overnight. While the reasons for this sudden collapse remain unclear, there are several theories that attempt to explain the fall of the Indus Valley civilization, and each one highlights a different aspect of the civilization's complex interaction with its environment, resources, and neighbors. One of the most widely accepted theories regarding the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization is environmental change. The Indus Valley is located in a semi-arid region, and the civilization relied heavily on the monsoon rains to water its crops and sustain its urban centers. Archaeological evidence suggests that the region experienced significant climatic changes around the time of the civilization's decline. A decrease in monsoon rainfall, perhaps due to a shift in global weather patterns, would have had a devastating impact on agriculture, the backbone of the Indus economy. The loss of reliable rainfall would have led to crop failures, food shortages, and widespread economic hardship. Moreover, changes in river courses, particularly the drying up of the Sarasvati River, which once flowed alongside the Indus River, may have further exacerbated the environmental stresses faced by the civilization. As the rivers dried up, the people of the Indus Valley would have lost a crucial water source, making it increasingly difficult to support their growing population. In addition to climate change, some scholars suggest that the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization was caused by internal social and political factors. Unlike other ancient civilizations, the Indus Valley civilization did not have large-scale monuments dedicated to kings, rulers, or gods, and there is no evidence of a centralized government or military structure. This has led some researchers to hypothesize that the society may have been relatively egalitarian, with power distributed among local leaders or councils. If this is true, it could mean that the collapse of the civilization was due to a breakdown in social order or political fragmentation. Without a central authority to coordinate efforts in times of crisis, such as in response to environmental disasters or external threats, the cities of the Indus Valley may have struggled to maintain cohesion, leading to the eventual abandonment of the urban centers. Another theory suggests that the decline of the Indus Valley civilization was the result of invasion or migration by outside groups. While there is no direct evidence to support the idea of a large-scale invasion, some scholars point to the arrival of Indo-Aryan tribes in the region around 1500 BCE as a potential cause of the collapse. These tribes, who are believed to have come from the steppes of Central Asia, brought with them new technologies, languages, and cultural practices. Their arrival may have disrupted the social and political structure of the Indus Valley, leading to conflict and instability. Some archaeologists have noted signs of violence, such as the destruction of certain cities and the presence of weapons in the archaeological record, which may suggest that the civilization was not only affected by environmental factors but also by external pressures. However, this theory remains speculative, as there is no conclusive evidence linking the Indo-Aryans to the downfall of the Indus Valley civilization. In addition to these theories, it is possible that the decline of the Indus Valley civilization was the result of a combination of factors. The civilization's dependence on a fragile environment, combined with internal social tensions, external pressures from neighboring cultures, and possible changes in trade routes, may have contributed to its downfall. The collapse may have occurred gradually over several centuries, with different cities experiencing decline at different times, rather than a single catastrophic event. As the cities of the Indus Valley were abandoned, the population likely dispersed to smaller settlements or migrated to other regions, where their influence and culture persisted in different forms. While the Indus Valley civilization did not survive in its original form, its legacy can still be seen in the subsequent cultures that arose in the region, including the Vedic culture, which laid the foundations for later Hinduism and Indian civilization. Despite the many theories surrounding the decline of the Indus Valley civilization, much remains unknown about this ancient culture. The absence of written records and the enigmatic nature of the Indus script make it difficult to fully understand the causes of the civilization's collapse or the details of its social, political, and economic systems. The ruins of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and other Indus cities still hold many secrets, and ongoing archaeological excavations continue to yield new insights into the lives of the people who once inhabited them. The mystery of the Indus Valley civilization serves as a reminder of the fragility of human societies and the challenges they face in maintaining stability and prosperity. The civilization's collapse, whether due to environmental change, social upheaval, or external pressures, offers valuable lessons for modern societies. As we confront our own environmental challenges, from climate change to resource depletion, the rise and fall of the Indus Valley civilization stands as a powerful testament to the importance of sustainability, resilience, and the need to adapt to changing conditions. The Indus Valley civilization may be gone, but its remarkable achievements in urban planning, technology, and trade continue to inspire and inform our understanding of ancient societies and their potential for greatness. The ancient civilization of the Maya, spread across modern-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras, is one of the most fascinating and enduring mysteries in the history of the world. Despite the prominence and sophistication of their cities, the Maya civilization, particularly the so-called Classic Maya period, which peaked from roughly 250 CE to 900 CE, collapsed abruptly by the end of the 9th century. The Maya civilization, which boasted significant achievements in architecture, mathematics, astronomy, and agriculture, suddenly saw the abandonment of its largest cities, leaving scholars to puzzle over what went wrong. These cities, like Tikal, Calakmul, and Copan, were complex urban centers with monumental pyramids, palaces, and plazas, yet by the 10th century most of them were in ruins. What caused this abrupt disappearance? Was it climate change, political upheaval, warfare, or a combination of all these factors? Despite decades of research and many theories, the reasons for the collapse of the Maya civilization remain elusive. The Maya were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time, particularly when it came to knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. They were able to track the movements of celestial bodies with stunning precision, developing an intricate calendar system that remains one of the most accurate of any ancient culture. The Maya had a sophisticated understanding of time and cycles, which they expressed through their long count calendar. This calendar was used to track long periods of time and was central to their worldview. The Mayan number system was also advanced, utilizing a vigesimal, base 20, system, and they were one of the few cultures in the ancient world to use the concept of zero in mathematics. In addition to their intellectual achievements, the Maya civilization also excelled in the construction of cities and architectural structures. Their urban centers were often built with monumental pyramids, large plazas, and expansive palaces. The Maya built their cities to last, using stone to create their structures and ensuring that many of their cities would stand for centuries after their abandonment. Some cities had large ball courts, used for playing the Mesoamerican ball game, which had both recreational and ritualistic purposes. The Maya's architectural feats were not just a display of grandeur but also of sophisticated engineering and planning, with their cities often designed to align with celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes, further demonstrating their understanding of the natural world. Despite the sophistication of the Maya, by the end of the 9th century, many of their great cities in the southern lowlands, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, were abandoned. The reasons behind this sudden decline have puzzled scholars for centuries, and several theories have emerged to explain the collapse of the classic Maya civilization. One of the most widely accepted explanations for the collapse is environmental stress, particularly prolonged droughts. Studies of ancient lake sediments, including pollen analysis, have shown that the region experienced several severe droughts during the period of the Maya collapse. These droughts likely had a devastating effect on agriculture, which was the foundation of the Maya economy. The Maya relied on rain-fed agriculture to grow their staple crops, including maize, beans, and squash, and a prolonged drought would have reduced crop yields, leading to food shortages and widespread hunger. In addition to the threat of drought, the Maya's agricultural systems were also heavily dependent on the natural environment, and deforestation may have played a role in the collapse. The Maya had to clear large areas of forest to create the fields needed for agriculture, and over time, this deforestation may have led to soil erosion, reducing the fertility of the land and further harming their agricultural productivity. As the forests were cleared, the region also became more vulnerable to extreme weather patterns, further exacerbating the environmental pressures faced by the Maya. Archaeological evidence suggests that the deforestation may have been particularly pronounced in the southern lowlands, where many of the major cities were located. The combination of drought and deforestation would have placed immense pressure on the Maya civilization, making it difficult for them to sustain their large cities and populations. Another possible factor in the collapse of the Maya civilization was political instability and social upheaval. The Maya civilization was made up of numerous independent city-states, each with its own ruler and political system. These city-states were often in competition with each other for resources, territory, and prestige. The Maya engaged in constant warfare, and the elite class used military campaigns to expand their influence and control. As the environmental conditions worsened, the political and social systems of the Maya began to unravel. Rulers, who were often seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people, may have lost their legitimacy as they failed to ensure the prosperity of their cities. As resources became scarcer, rival city-states may have turned on each other, and internal divisions may have exacerbated the collapse. The Maya also faced external pressures from neighboring civilizations, including the rising power of the Toltecs in central Mexico. The Toltecs, who had their capital at Tula, were known for their military prowess, and their expansion into the Maya region may have contributed to the instability faced by the southern lowland Maya cities. Some scholars suggest that the Toltecs' rise to power may have disrupted trade routes and destabilized the political balance in the Maya region. The Maya cities that had once flourished as centers of power may have been left vulnerable to external threats as well as internal dissent, leading to their downfall. Additionally, the rise of a new religious ideology may have contributed to the collapse of the Maya civilization. The Maya were deeply religious, and their society was built around a complex system of rituals, ceremonies, and offerings to the gods. As their cities began to decline, it is possible that religious beliefs and practices shifted, leading to a breakdown in the social cohesion of Maya society. The rulers, who had once been seen as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people, may have lost their ability to maintain order and control. As the gods seemed to abandon the Maya, the people may have turned away from their traditional religious practices, leading to further social and political fragmentation. While these factors, drought, deforestation, warfare, political instability, and religious change, may have played significant roles in the collapse of the Maya civilization, it is important to note that the Maya did not disappear completely. While the southern cities of the Maya civilization were abandoned, the northern cities, such as Chichen Itza, continued to thrive for several centuries after the fall of the southern lowlands. Chichen Itza became the most important Maya city during the post-classic period, and it was a powerful center of culture and commerce until its eventual decline in the 15th century. The Maya civilization, while fractured and no longer unified in the way it had been during the classic period, persisted in various forms throughout the region, eventually coming into contact with Spanish explorers in the 16th century. The Maya people's cultural legacy survived, and their descendants continue to live in the region today, preserving aspects of their ancient traditions, language, and knowledge. The collapse of the Maya civilization serves as a reminder of the fragility of human societies and the complex interplay between environmental, social, and political factors. While the Maya were one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, their experience shows that even the most sophisticated societies are vulnerable to collapse when they fail to adapt to changing environmental conditions, internal strife, and external threats. The story of the Maya civilization, however, is not just one of decline. It is a story of resilience, as the descendants of the Maya continue to carry their cultural legacy forward. The ruins of the great Maya cities, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, still stand as symbols of the achievements and struggles of this ancient civilization. Their story, while tragic in its decline, offers valuable lessons about sustainability, governance, and the need to respect the delicate balance of nature. The collapse of the ancestral Puebloans, or Anasazi, is one of the most enigmatic disappearances in North American history. The ancestral Puebloans were a Native American culture that thrived for over 1,000 years in the southwestern United States, particularly in the areas of modern-day Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. They are best known for their cliff dwellings and sophisticated adobe structures, such as those found in the ancient city of Chaco Canyon. Their advanced architecture, knowledge of astronomy, agricultural techniques, and extensive trade networks have captivated researchers and historians for centuries. Yet, despite their incredible achievements, the ancestral Puebloans mysteriously abandoned their great cities around the late 12th and early 13th centuries, leaving behind abandoned cliff dwellings and ruins that continue to puzzle archaeologists and historians today. The ancestral Puebloans' history is deeply intertwined with their unique way of life and their remarkable adaptations to the harsh desert environment of the American Southwest. Beginning around 200 CE, the Puebloans began to settle in the region, initially living in pit houses, small circular dwellings dug into the earth. Over time, their architectural techniques evolved, and by the 9th century, they were building complex stone dwellings, which became more elaborate and larger in scale. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the ancestral Puebloans had developed an extensive network of interconnected communities, the most famous of which was Chaco Canyon. Chaco Canyon served as a political, economic, and ceremonial center for the ancestral Puebloans, with monumental stone structures, wide plazas, and a sophisticated system of roads linking it to other settlements across the region. One of the most striking features of the ancestral Puebloans was their impressive architectural achievements. The cliff dwellings, such as those found at Mesa Verde and Bandelier National Monument, are testament to their ability to adapt to the landscape. These cliff dwellings were built in natural rock alcoves, providing protection from the elements and potential invaders. The dwellings were often multi-storied, with rooms that were built with precision and designed for communal living. These structures, made from stone, adobe, and timber, featured advanced building techniques that allowed them to stand the test of time. The Puebloans also constructed large kivas, subterranean ceremonial chambers that were used for religious rituals. These kivas were often connected to the larger dwellings, and their construction indicated a highly organized society with complex religious and cultural practices. In addition to their impressive architectural feats, the ancestral Puebloans developed a sophisticated agricultural system, which allowed them to thrive in the arid environment. They relied on irrigation techniques to water their crops, including maize, beans, and squash, which formed the staple of their diet. Evidence suggests that they also cultivated cotton, which they used to make woven fabrics for clothing and trade. The Puebloans were highly skilled at water management, and they developed an intricate system of canals, reservoirs, and check dams to divert and store water from seasonal rains. This allowed them to support large populations and sustain their agricultural systems, even in an environment where water was scarce. Their ability to harness water resources in such a dry landscape speaks to their ingenuity and their deep understanding of their environment. The ancestral Puebloans were also part of a larger regional trade network that spanned across much of the American Southwest. They traded goods such as pottery, textiles, turquoise, and shells with other cultures, including the Hohokam and the Mogollon. These trade networks helped facilitate cultural exchange and allowed the Puebloans to acquire materials that were not readily available in their region, such as exotic stones, copper, and Mesoamerican goods like cacao. The trade routes also connected the ancestral Puebloans to larger Mesoamerican civilizations, influencing their religious practices and art. Yet, despite these remarkable achievements, the ancestral Puebloan civilization collapsed in what seems like a sudden and mysterious event. The decline began around the late 12th century, and by the early 13th century, many of the large settlements, including those at Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde, were abandoned. Archaeologists have long debated the reasons behind this sudden departure, and a combination of factors is likely responsible for the downfall of the ancestral Puebloans. One of the most prominent theories is that environmental changes, particularly severe droughts, played a significant role in the collapse. The American Southwest is known for its dry climate, and the region is particularly vulnerable to periods of drought. Evidence from tree rings and sediment cores suggests that the area experienced a series of prolonged droughts in the 12th and 13th centuries. These droughts would have had a devastating impact on agriculture, as the Puebloans relied heavily on water from seasonal rains and irrigation systems. With water resources dwindling, crop yields would have decreased, leading to food shortages, famine, and social unrest. In addition to the environmental stress caused by drought, the ancestral Puebloans may have faced internal social and political turmoil. As their agricultural systems began to fail, competition for resources would have intensified, leading to conflicts between different communities. Some archaeologists suggest that the Puebloans may have experienced social stratification, with a growing divide between the elites, who had access to the best resources, and the common people, who struggled to survive. This inequality could have sparked unrest and weakened the cohesion of the society. Evidence from archaeological sites also suggests that there was an increase in violence during this period, with signs of warfare and destruction at some of the larger settlements. The increasing pressure on resources, combined with the breakdown of social systems, may have contributed to the eventual abandonment of many of the major cities. Another possible factor in the collapse of the ancestral Puebloans was external pressures from neighboring cultures. The American Southwest was home to numerous other indigenous groups, some of which may have posed threats to the ancestral Puebloans. Evidence suggests that there was migration and population movements during this period, with groups moving in and out of the region. Some scholars believe that these migrations may have contributed to the destabilization of the ancestral Puebloan society. As neighboring groups moved into the region, they may have displaced the Puebloans or competed for the same resources, further exacerbating the pressures on the already struggling society. The arrival of new groups may have led to conflict and contributed to the decline of the existing settlements. The ancestral Puebloans' spiritual and religious beliefs were also deeply tied to their environment. The kivas, which were central to their religious practices, may have symbolized a connection to the earth and the cosmos, and the failure of the environment to provide sustenance could have been seen as a sign of divine displeasure. As the climate changed and the droughts persisted, the Puebloans may have turned to their religious leaders for guidance. However, the inability of their leaders to provide answers or solutions may have caused a loss of faith in the system and contributed to the collapse of the society. The failure of religious institutions, coupled with the breakdown of the social and political systems, may have led to the mass abandonment of the cliff dwellings and the once thriving settlements. Despite the collapse, the descendants of the ancestral Puebloans did not disappear. Many migrated to other areas, including the Rio Grande Valley, where they established new communities that would later become known as the modern Pueblo tribes. These communities, such as the Hopi, Zuni, and Taos, continue to preserve aspects of the ancestral Puebloan culture, including their art, architecture, and religious practices. The legacy of the ancestral Puebloans can still be seen in the traditional adobe homes, ceremonial kivas, and intricate pottery that remain central to the lives of these modern tribes. The collapse of the ancestral Puebloans is a powerful reminder of the fragility of human societies and the delicate balance between culture, environment, and resources. The rise and fall of the ancestral Puebloans provide valuable lessons about sustainability, resilience, and adaptation in the face of environmental change. While their civilization may have vanished, their achievements and contributions to the cultural heritage of the American Southwest continue to endure. The ruins of their cliff dwellings and the artifacts they left behind stand as a testament to the ingenuity and endurance of a people who once thrived in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. The mystery of their collapse may never be fully solved, but the legacy of the ancestral Puebloans lives on, providing us with both a window into the past and a cautionary tale for the future. The disappearance of the Harappan civilization, also known as the Indus Valley Civilization, is one of the most significant and puzzling events in ancient history. Flourishing around 4,500 years ago in the fertile floodplains of the Indus River, this civilization is considered one of the earliest and most advanced urban societies in the world, rivaling contemporaneous civilizations such as Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt in terms of both size and sophistication. Spanning across modern-day Pakistan, northwest India, and parts of Afghanistan, the Harappan civilization was marked by its well-planned cities, advanced drainage systems, remarkable urban architecture, and an unknown but highly developed system of writing. Yet, despite these remarkable achievements, the civilization mysteriously collapsed around 1900 BCE, leaving behind ruins that continue to intrigue archaeologists and historians alike. The cause of this sudden disappearance remains elusive, with theories ranging from climate change and ecological disaster to invasions and internal conflict. At its height, the Harappan civilization included hundreds of cities and towns, with some, like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, being among the largest urban centers of their time. The cities were carefully laid out in a grid pattern, with streets running at right angles to each other, and houses often featuring courtyards, private wells, and sophisticated drainage systems. The drainage system in particular was advanced for its time. The Harappans constructed covered drains made from bricks, running under the streets of their cities, which shows their commitment to hygiene and urban planning. Public baths, such as the Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro, suggest that the Harappans valued cleanliness and may have used water for ritual purification, further hinting at the spiritual and cultural life of this civilization. The Harappans were also skilled craftsmen, with evidence of high-quality pottery, jewelry, and textiles found at various archaeological sites. They were one of the first to domesticate the cotton plant and were known for their weaving skills, producing fabrics that were highly prized. The Harappan people traded extensively with neighboring regions, exchanging goods such as cotton, beads, and pottery with Mesopotamia and other ancient civilizations. The discovery of Harappan seals bearing intricate motifs and animal imagery, some of which appear to depict mythical creatures, suggests that the civilization had an active commercial and artistic life. These seals, often made from steatite and engraved with the Indus script, provide tantalizing glimpses of a complex society whose language and writing system remain largely undeciphered. This unknown script has been one of the greatest challenges in understanding Harappan culture, as without the ability to read their texts, we are left to interpret their society largely through archaeology. The civilization's advanced agricultural techniques were another key feature of their success. The Harappans cultivated a variety of crops, including wheat, barley, and peas, and they employed irrigation methods to water their fields, drawing water from the Indus River and its tributaries. This agricultural base supported a large urban population, and the Harappans developed a system of trade that extended beyond their immediate region. Evidence suggests that they exchanged goods with Mesopotamia, Central Asia, and even the Arabian Peninsula, trading beads, precious metals, and textiles in exchange for materials like lapis lazuli, copper, and other luxury items. This extensive trade network demonstrates the Harappans' economic prowess and their ability to navigate the complex relationships of the ancient world. Yet, despite their wealth and prosperity, the civilization vanished seemingly overnight, and by 1900 BCE, the great cities of the Indus Valley were abandoned. The collapse of the Harappan civilization has been the subject of much debate, and while no single cause has been identified, there are several theories that attempt to explain its sudden disappearance. One of the most widely discussed theories revolves around environmental factors, particularly climate change. The region in which the Harappan civilization flourished is characterized by a monsoon climate, with seasonal rains that are crucial for agricultural production. Some researchers suggest that the civilization's collapse was precipitated by a drastic shift in climate patterns, particularly a long-term reduction in rainfall that would have disrupted the monsoon cycles and led to widespread drought. Paleoclimate data, including sediment cores and tree ring analysis, indicate that the region experienced a period of reduced rainfall during the time of the Harappan collapse, which would have had devastating effects on agriculture. With water becoming scarcer and the rivers drying up, the Harappans would have faced crop failures, food shortages, and a collapse of their economic systems. The loss of water resources may have led to migration and the abandonment of cities as people sought more fertile and reliable areas. In addition to the potential impact of climate change, the Harappan civilization's dependence on irrigation may have made it vulnerable to ecological changes. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Harappans altered their environment significantly through their agricultural practices, including the construction of irrigation systems and the clearing of forests to make way for farmland. Over time, this deforestation may have contributed to soil erosion, reduced fertility, and a decline in agricultural productivity. Some researchers argue that environmental degradation may have been compounded by the region's changing river courses. The Indus River and its tributaries, once vital lifelines for the Harappans, shifted course over time, causing the river system to lose its capacity to support agriculture in some regions. As the rivers changed their courses, agricultural lands would have been abandoned, and cities that once thrived along the banks of these rivers would have faced economic ruin. Another theory suggests that internal conflict and social upheaval contributed to the collapse of the Harappan civilization. Unlike other ancient civilizations, there is no evidence of monumental temples or royal palaces in the Indus Valley, leading some scholars to argue that the society was likely more egalitarian and decentralized than other early cultures. However, this lack of a strong centralized political system may have made the civilization more vulnerable to internal strife. Some archaeologists suggest that as resources became scarce due to environmental pressures, competition for land and water could have led to social unrest. The collapse of the Harappan urban centers may have been the result of internal power struggles, political fragmentation, and possibly even violent conflicts, although evidence for widespread warfare is scarce. Unlike Mesopotamia and Egypt, where kings and military rulers played central roles, the absence of clear evidence of such figures in the Indus Valley has led some to hypothesize that the society's lack of a strong political center may have contributed to its downfall. Another possibility is that the Harappans fell victim to external invasions. Some historians have speculated that migrating groups, possibly Indo-European peoples or nomadic tribes from the steppes, may have moved into the region and displaced the Harappans. However, archaeological evidence for such invasions is limited. There is little to suggest large-scale destruction of Harappan cities by foreign invaders, and it is more likely that the collapse of the civilization was gradual, resulting from a combination of factors rather than a sudden violent overthrow. Still, some researchers point to the emergence of new groups in the region, particularly in the eastern and northern parts of the Indian subcontinent, and suggest that the Harappans may have been absorbed or displaced by these migrating peoples. Despite the disappearance of the Harappan civilization, its legacy continues to endure. The ruins of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and other sites in the Indus Valley stand as a testament to the technological and cultural achievements of the civilization. Many of the innovations developed by the Harappans, such as their advanced drainage systems and urban planning, have had a lasting impact on the way cities are designed. Their influence can also be seen in the agricultural techniques and trade networks that would continue to shape the subcontinent's development for centuries to come. Additionally, the enigmatic Harappan script, though still undeciphered, continues to be a source of fascination for scholars and linguists, who hope that one day it will unlock more secrets about the civilization's culture, politics, and society. The disappearance of the Harappan civilization is a stark reminder of the fragility of even the most advanced societies. Despite their achievements, the Harappans were unable to withstand the pressures of environmental change, internal conflict, and external challenges. The collapse of this great civilization underscores the importance of adaptability and sustainability in the face of changing circumstances. While the reasons for the fall of the Harappan civilization may never be fully understood, its legacy remains an important part of the cultural heritage of the Indian subcontinent, and its story continues to offer valuable lessons for modern civilizations grappling with issues of climate change, resource depletion, and social stability. The fall of the Minoan civilization, one of the earliest advanced cultures in Europe, is a fascinating mystery that has intrigued historians and archaeologists for centuries. Flourishing on the island of Crete from approximately 3000 BCE to 1450 BCE, the Minoans were a seafaring people known for their impressive palaces, advanced art, and sophisticated trade networks. The Minoan civilization was characterized by its remarkable achievements in architecture, fresco painting, metallurgy, and engineering, but it mysteriously declined and eventually disappeared by the end of the Late Bronze Age. The causes of this sudden collapse are still debated, with theories ranging from natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, to invasions by outside forces, including the Mycenaeans. Despite the mystery surrounding its fall, the Minoan civilization's contributions to Western culture, particularly in the realms of art, architecture, and trade, have left an enduring legacy. At its height, the Minoan civilization was a powerful maritime culture that controlled a vast trading network across the eastern Mediterranean. Crete, with its strategic location between Europe, Asia, and Africa, was an ideal base for trade, and the Minoans took full advantage of their position. The Minoan economy was centered around seafaring trade, with their ships reaching as far as Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Aegean Islands. The Minoans were skilled craftsmen and traders, exporting goods such as olive oil, wine, pottery, and textiles, and in return, they imported raw materials like copper, tin, and luxury items. This extensive trade network allowed the Minoans to accumulate wealth and cultural influences from various regions, which is evident in the diverse range of artifacts and architectural styles found at Minoan sites. One of the most remarkable features of the Minoan civilization was its advanced architecture, particularly the grand palaces that dotted the island of Crete. The palace at Knossos, the largest and most famous of these, was a sprawling complex of rooms, courtyards, and ceremonial spaces. The palace was richly decorated with vibrant frescoes that depicted scenes of nature, religious rituals, and the everyday life of the Minoans. These frescoes are considered some of the finest examples of ancient art, and they provide valuable insights into Minoan culture, religion, and social structure. The Minoans were also highly skilled in metalworking and pottery, and their artistic achievements were not confined to decoration. They produced intricate jewelry, bronze tools, and finely crafted ceramics that were highly prized throughout the Mediterranean world. The Minoans' use of writing is another notable aspect of their civilization. They developed two forms of writing, Linear A and Linear B. Linear A, which remains undeciphered, was used primarily for administrative purposes, such as record-keeping and inventory management. Linear B, on the other hand, was a syllabic script used by the Mycenaeans who later adopted many aspects of Minoan culture. While much of the content of Linear A remains a mystery, the existence of these writing systems demonstrates the Minoans' sophisticated bureaucratic and organizational systems, which would have been essential for managing their extensive trade networks and large urban centers. Despite these remarkable achievements, the Minoan civilization began to decline in the 15th century BCE. By around 1450 BCE, the once thriving palaces of Crete were abandoned, and the Minoans were no longer the dominant power in the Mediterranean. The reasons for this decline are still uncertain, and several theories have been proposed to explain the collapse of this advanced civilization. One of the most widely accepted theories centers on the catastrophic volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, which is believed to have taken place around 1600 BCE. The eruption of Thera, one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, would have caused massive destruction to the Minoan settlements on Crete. The eruption released a tremendous amount of ash and pumice into the atmosphere, which would have caused widespread environmental and climatic changes, including severe disruption to agriculture. The eruption may have also triggered tsunamis that devastated coastal areas, including Minoan cities. The volcanic eruption likely caused significant damage to the Minoan infrastructure, including their irrigation systems, farmlands, and coastal settlements. Archaeological evidence suggests that some Minoan sites were abandoned or destroyed in the aftermath of the eruption, and the environmental consequences of the disaster would have had a long-lasting impact on Minoan society. The eruption may have led to food shortages, economic decline, and social unrest, weakening the Minoans' ability to maintain their trade networks and defend their cities. While the eruption of Thera certainly contributed to the decline of the Minoan civilization, it is not the sole cause of their collapse, and other factors may have played a role. Another theory for the collapse of the Minoan civilization points to internal factors, such as political instability, social unrest, or economic decline. The Minoan civilization was built around a network of palace-centered cities, with the palace at Knossos serving as the focal point of power and administration. However, this centralized system may have made the Minoans vulnerable to internal turmoil. If the palace at Knossos and other major centers were weakened by external disasters, such as the volcanic eruption, it is possible that the political structure of the Minoan civilization began to unravel. The Minoans may have experienced infighting or power struggles between rival factions, which could have further destabilized the civilization. Some scholars also suggest that the Minoans' extensive trade networks may have played a role in their downfall. As the Minoans were heavily reliant on trade for their economic prosperity, the collapse of their trade routes or a shift in the balance of power in the Mediterranean could have led to economic instability. It is possible that rival powers, such as the Mycenaeans on mainland Greece, gradually took over the Minoans' trade routes and began to dominate the region. By the time of the Minoan collapse, the Mycenaeans had become a growing force in the Aegean, and their influence likely contributed to the weakening of Minoan power. The Mycenaeans eventually invaded and occupied Crete, taking control of the island's palaces and its trade networks. The Minoans, who had once been the preeminent maritime power in the Mediterranean, were gradually supplanted by the Mycenaeans, marking the end of their civilization. External invasions, particularly from the Mycenaeans, are another possible factor in the collapse of the Minoans. Evidence suggests that the Mycenaeans, who were a warrior society from mainland Greece, gradually began to assert their dominance over Crete in the centuries leading up to the Minoan collapse. The Mycenaeans, influenced by Minoan culture but also more militaristic, may have exploited the weakening of Minoan society following the volcanic eruption and internal instability. Archaeological evidence from Minoan sites shows signs of destruction caused by warfare, and it is believed that the Mycenaeans may have invaded and taken over key Minoan cities, further contributing to the collapse of the civilization. Despite the decline of the Minoan civilization, their legacy lived on in the cultures that followed. The Mycenaeans, who were influenced by Minoan art, architecture, and religious practices, adopted many aspects of Minoan culture, including their writing system and palace structures. The Mycenaeans also continued to trade with the Eastern Mediterranean and inherited much of the Minoan technological and artistic knowledge. Additionally, the Minoans' cultural and artistic achievements, particularly their frescoes and pottery, had a profound impact on later Mediterranean cultures, including the Greeks and the Romans. The mystery of the Minoan civilization's collapse remains one of the most intriguing puzzles in ancient history. Whether it was the catastrophic eruption of Thera, internal political instability, or external invasions that led to the fall of the Minoans, it is clear that their sudden disappearance marked the end of one of the most remarkable and advanced civilizations of the ancient world. Yet, the Minoans' legacy lives on through their contributions to art, architecture, and trade, influencing the development of later Mediterranean cultures. As new archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on the Minoans, the mystery of their rise and fall remains a subject of fascination and speculation, offering valuable lessons about the complexities of ancient societies and the fragility of human civilizations. The collapse of the Khmer Empire in Southeast Asia, which flourished between the 9th and 15th centuries, remains one of the most enigmatic and significant events in the history of ancient civilizations. At its peak, the Khmer Empire was one of the most powerful and prosperous empires in Southeast Asia, controlling a vast territory that spanned present-day Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. The centerpiece of the Khmer Empire was the city of Angkor, an urban marvel that was both a political and religious center for the empire. Known for its impressive architecture, advanced hydraulic engineering, and grand temples, including the world-famous Angkor Wat, the Khmer Empire left a profound mark on the history of Southeast Asia. However, despite its grandeur and success, the empire began to experience a gradual decline in the 12th century, leading to its eventual collapse by the 15th century. The reasons for this fall are still debated, but scholars have pointed to a combination of factors, including environmental changes, political instability, and external invasions, as contributing to the downfall of one of history's greatest empires. The Khmer Empire was founded in the early 9th century by Jayavarman II, who unified the various kingdoms in the region and established the capital at Angkor. Under Jayavarman's rule and that of his successors, the Khmer Empire expanded to become one of the largest empires in Southeast Asia, stretching from the coast of Vietnam to the edges of the mountains in Laos and Thailand. Angkor, the capital city of the Khmer Empire, was the largest urban center in the world during its peak, with an estimated population of over 1 million people. The city was characterized by its elaborate temples, grand palaces, reservoirs, and canals, all of which were designed to reflect the power and religious significance of the empire. Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world, remains a testament to the architectural and engineering prowess of the Khmer Empire. The temples at Angkor were constructed using sandstone, brick, and laterite, and they were adorned with intricate bas-reliefs and carvings that depicted scenes from Hindu mythology and the king's divine status. One of the most remarkable achievements of the Khmer Empire was its hydraulic engineering, which allowed for the construction of an extensive system of reservoirs, canals, and artificial lakes. This system was designed to manage the seasonal floods of the Tunnel Sap, the largest freshwater lake in Southeast Asia, and ensure a stable water supply for the growing population of Angkor. The Khmer built an intricate network of canals and dams to regulate the flow of water, and their irrigation systems allowed them to cultivate rice in large quantities, making agriculture the backbone of the empire's economy. The sophisticated water management systems helped the Khmer Empire maintain agricultural productivity and supported the empire's growing population. The combination of irrigation, agriculture, and urban planning allowed Angkor to thrive for centuries as one of the most advanced cities of its time. At the height of its power, the Khmer Empire was a cultural and religious center, with Hinduism and later Buddhism playing central roles in the empire's ideology. The Khmer kings were considered divine figures, with the king often being seen as the earthly representative of the gods. Hinduism, brought to the region by Indian traders and priests, had a profound influence on the religious and cultural practices of the Khmer people. The temples of Angkor, including Angkor Wat, were originally constructed as Hindu temples dedicated to the gods Vishnu and Shiva. Over time, however, Buddhism began to take hold in the region, and many of the temples were converted into Buddhist shrines. This religious shift also marked a period of cultural exchange, as the Khmer Empire embraced both Hindu and Buddhist traditions, which were reflected in the art, architecture, and rituals of the empire. However, by the 12th century, the Khmer Empire began to show signs of internal strife and decline. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's downfall was the gradual depletion of the region's water resources. The elaborate hydraulic engineering system that had once allowed the Khmer to manage water effectively began to deteriorate due to a combination of environmental factors, including changes in climate. Research into the region's climate history suggests that by the late 12th and early 13th centuries, the climate began to shift, resulting in periods of prolonged droughts that placed significant stress on the agricultural system. The once reliable water supply that had supported Angkor's population and economy began to falter, leading to crop failures and food shortages. The failure of the irrigation systems and the reduction in the availability of water would have had a cascading effect on the economy, weakening the empire's ability to sustain its population and agricultural output. The decline of the Khmer Empire was further exacerbated by political instability. As the empire expanded, it became increasingly difficult for the kings to maintain control over such a vast and diverse territory. Factions within the empire began to vie for power, leading to internal conflict and a weakening of the central authority. Additionally, the empire faced external pressures from neighboring kingdoms and invasions from the Thai kingdoms of Sukhothai and Ayutthaya, who were expanding their influence in the region. In the 14th century, the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya began to attack Angkor, further weakening the Khmer Empire's power. The Thai invasions disrupted trade routes, destroyed key cities, and caused further social and economic instability. The repeated attacks on Angkor drained the empire's resources and military strength, and by the 15th century, the once mighty Khmer Empire had all but collapsed. Another factor contributing to the fall of the Khmer Empire was the shift in regional trade networks. The Khmer Empire's economic prosperity had been built on its ability to control and facilitate trade throughout Southeast Asia. However, by the 14th and 15th centuries, the center of trade in the region began to shift. The rise of maritime trade routes in the region, particularly with the emergence of the Kingdom of Malacca, led to a decline in the overland trade routes that had been crucial to the Khmer economy. The decline of these trade routes meant that the Khmer Empire lost access to valuable resources and wealth, further weakening its economic power and influence. The loss of trade routes, combined with the internal political strife and external invasions, led to the empire's eventual collapse. The decline of the Khmer Empire also had profound social and cultural consequences. As the empire crumbled, the once thriving city of Angkor was abandoned, and the grand temples and palaces that had once been the center of religious and political life fell into disrepair. The collapse of the empire marked the end of a remarkable period of cultural achievement, and much of the knowledge and expertise in architecture, art, and engineering was lost over time. However, despite the fall of the Khmer Empire, the legacy of Angkor and the Khmer civilization continued to resonate throughout Southeast Asia. The temples of Angkor, particularly Angkor Wat, remained symbols of the empire's glory, and they continued to serve as places of worship and cultural significance. Today, the ruins of Angkor are one of the most important archaeological sites in the world, attracting millions of visitors each year. The temples of Angkor, with their intricate carvings and grand architecture, stand as a testament to the grandeur and sophistication of the Khmer Empire. Despite the collapse of the empire, the cultural and architectural achievements of the Khmer people continue to inspire awe and admiration, offering valuable lessons about the interplay between politics, environment, and culture. The collapse of the Khmer Empire serves as a reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful civilizations. Environmental changes, political instability, and external invasions can all contribute to the downfall of an empire, no matter how advanced or powerful it may be. The Khmer Empire's fall underscores the importance of sustainable resource management, political cohesion, and adaptability in the face of external challenges. While the empire may have disappeared, its legacy lives on in the temples and monuments of Angkor, which continue to stand as a testament to the achievements of the Khmer people and their enduring impact on the history of Southeast Asia. The fall of the ancient Egyptian civilization, one of the oldest and most influential cultures in human history, remains a subject of profound intrigue and debate. Known for its monumental achievements in architecture, mathematics, medicine, and the arts, Egypt dominated the northeastern African region for over 3,000 years. The civilization's rise and fall offer valuable insights into the cycles of prosperity, decline, and rebirth that have shaped human history. Egypt's ability to endure for so long is a testament to its resilience, yet despite its remarkable stability, even this ancient empire could not escape the forces of environmental, political, and social upheaval that eventually led to its downfall. Ancient Egypt's long history is traditionally divided into three major periods: the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. These periods were separated by times of instability and internal division, commonly referred to as the First and Second Intermediate Periods. The Old Kingdom, often referred to as the Age of the Pyramids, saw the construction of Egypt's most iconic structures, such as the Great Pyramids of Giza and the Sphinx, under the reign of pharaohs like Khufu and Khafre. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt experienced a cultural renaissance, as the nation was reunited under the leadership of pharaohs like Mentuhotep II and Amenemhat II. This period also marked the expansion of Egyptian influence into neighboring territories, with Egypt reaching the height of its power. The New Kingdom, the most prosperous and expansive period in Egyptian history, included the reigns of legendary pharaohs like Thutmose III, Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Ramses II. It was during this time that Egypt became a military superpower, establishing an empire that stretched across much of the Near East, including parts of modern-day Syria, Israel, and Sudan. The civilization's reliance on the Nile River was one of the key factors in Egypt's success. The Nile provided a stable source of water for agriculture, enabling the Egyptians to develop a sophisticated irrigation system that allowed them to cultivate crops and sustain a large population. The river's annual flooding deposited nutrient-rich silt along its banks, ensuring that the soil remained fertile, and allowing for the cultivation of wheat, barley, flax, and other essential crops. The Nile was also central to Egypt's trade and transportation networks, as boats could easily navigate its waters, facilitating the movement of goods and people. This predictable and reliable source of water, coupled with Egypt's natural defenses, including deserts to the east and west and the Mediterranean Sea to the north, allowed the civilization to thrive for centuries with relative stability. However, despite these advantages, Egypt's stability began to erode by the end of the New Kingdom, and a series of crises led to the gradual collapse of this once great empire. One of the primary contributing factors was the internal political instability that began to manifest during the reign of Ramses II's successors. After Ramses II's death, Egypt's leadership became weaker, and the power of the pharaohs began to diminish. The successive rulers were unable to maintain the empire's vast territorial holdings, and Egypt faced a series of military defeats from external forces, such as the Sea Peoples, a group of invaders from the Aegean and Mediterranean regions. These invasions, which are thought to have occurred during the late 12th century BCE, dealt a severe blow to Egypt's military power, and the empire's once great armies were unable to defend its borders effectively. Additionally, the internal divisions within Egyptian society, including a growing divide between the elites and the common people, contributed to the weakening of the state. As Egypt's wealth diminished and its military campaigns became more costly, the ruling class grew more insular, accumulating wealth while the common people faced greater hardships. These inequalities created social unrest, and the power of the pharaohs became increasingly symbolic rather than absolute. Furthermore, the long-standing priesthood, especially that of the powerful god Ammonius, gained significant political power, and religious leaders began to challenge the authority of the pharaohs. The shift in power from the royal court to the religious institutions further weakened the centralized control of the state. The economic decline that accompanied the weakening of political power was also a critical factor in the collapse of the Egyptian civilization. Egypt had long been a thriving trade center, but as the empire became more fragmented and its territorial holdings shrank, Egypt's access to valuable trade routes diminished. The decline in trade, coupled with a series of economic mismanagements and resource depletion, led to widespread poverty and economic instability. The lack of resources made it difficult for Egypt to maintain its military, build infrastructure, or ensure the well-being of its people. The failure to address the economic needs of the population only deepened the sense of decline. Environmental changes also played a significant role in Egypt's collapse. Although the Nile River had been a reliable source of sustenance for millennia, evidence suggests that environmental shifts, including droughts and changes in the river's flooding patterns, may have exacerbated Egypt's economic and agricultural struggles. The Egyptian economy was deeply tied to the flooding of the Nile, which provided the water necessary for agriculture. If these flooding patterns became irregular due to climate change or other factors, the Egyptian agricultural system could have been disrupted. Such environmental changes could have resulted in crop failures, food shortages, and widespread famine, all of which would have weakened the Egyptian state and led to further social unrest. Despite these internal challenges, the greatest threat to Egypt came from external forces. After the decline of the New Kingdom, Egypt faced a series of invasions and incursions from neighboring peoples, particularly the Libyans, Nubians, and the powerful Assyrian Empire. The Libyans, who had long been in contact with Egypt through trade and military engagements, gradually took control of Egypt's eastern and western borders. The Nubians, to the south, became increasingly assertive, and by the 8th century BCE, the Kushite kingdom of Nubia had briefly taken control of Egypt during the 25th dynasty. The Assyrians, one of the most militarily advanced empires of the ancient world, also posed a significant threat to Egypt. By the 7th century BCE, the Assyrians had invaded Egypt and installed their own puppet rulers, further weakening the already declining empire. Perhaps the most consequential of these invasions came from the Persian Empire. In the 6th century BCE, the Persian king Cambyses II invaded Egypt, defeated the Egyptian army, and established Persian control over the Nile Valley. The Persian conquest marked the end of Egypt's long reign as an independent empire. Although Egypt would briefly regain its independence under native rulers during the 28th dynasty, it was eventually reconquered by the Persians and incorporated into the vast Persian Empire. This invasion was the final blow to Egypt's status as a major power in the ancient world, and it effectively ended the era of the pharaohs. Even after the Persian conquest, Egypt did not fully recover its former glory. While the Greeks, under Alexander the Great, would later conquer Egypt and establish the Ptolemaic dynasty, Egypt was no longer the mighty and independent empire it once had been. The glory of the pyramids and the great temples of Karnak and Luxor became relics of a bygone age, and Egypt's cultural and political influence began to wane in the face of foreign domination. Despite its eventual decline, ancient Egypt's legacy endures. The contributions of the Egyptians to art, mathematics, astronomy, and architecture remain monumental. The construction of the pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, remains one of the greatest achievements in the history of human engineering. The Egyptian system of writing, hieroglyphs, provided a rich record of the civilization's religious beliefs, political systems, and daily life. The ancient Egyptians made groundbreaking advancements in medicine, developing surgical techniques and pharmacological treatments that were unrivaled for their time. The knowledge of the Egyptians, their ability to work with stone, their understanding of the stars, and their enduring cultural and religious practices influenced civilizations throughout the ancient world, including the Greeks and the Romans. The fall of ancient Egypt serves as a cautionary tale about the vulnerabilities of even the greatest civilizations. While the civilization's decline was gradual, the combination of internal divisions, economic collapse, environmental changes, and external invasions created a perfect storm that led to Egypt's eventual downfall. The rise and fall of Egypt remind us that even the most powerful empires are not immune to the forces of nature, social unrest, and external aggression. However, the legacy of ancient Egypt remains a testament to the enduring power of human creativity, achievement, and resilience, continuing to inspire people around the world thousands of years after its fall. The fall of the Byzantine Empire is one of the most significant and tragic events in the history of the Mediterranean world, marking the end of an era that lasted for over 1,000 years. Emerging from the eastern half of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire carried forward the legacies of Roman governance, culture, and Christianity, shaping the development of Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean for centuries. Despite its formidable power and influence, the Byzantine Empire eventually succumbed to a combination of internal decay, external pressures, and military defeats. Its collapse culminated in the fall of Constantinople in 1453, an event that not only marked the end of the empire but also the beginning of the Renaissance and the shift of power in Europe. The Byzantine Empire was established in 330 CE by Emperor Constantine I, who refounded the city of Byzantium, later named Constantinople, as the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the imperial capital from Rome to the east was based on both political and strategic considerations. The Eastern Mediterranean was a vital crossroads of trade and culture, linking Europe, Asia, and Africa, and Constantinople's location offered a natural defense against invasions from the east, while also positioning the empire to control key trade routes. The Byzantine Empire, which continued as the Eastern Roman Empire after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, became a beacon of classical civilization, preserving Roman laws, governance, and culture, while also developing its own unique identity that blended Greco-Roman traditions with Eastern influences. For much of its history, the Byzantine Empire was a dominant power in the Mediterranean world, influencing the course of events in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Under the leadership of powerful emperors such as Justinian I, the Byzantine Empire reached its territorial height during the 6th century. Justinian's reign saw the reunification of much of the Western Roman Empire's lost territories, including North Africa, Italy, and parts of Spain. The emperor also implemented sweeping legal reforms, codifying Roman law into what became known as the Justinian Code, which would serve as the foundation for legal systems in many European countries. In addition to his military and legal reforms, Justinian was a patron of art and architecture, commissioning the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most impressive buildings in the world, which symbolized the grandeur and cultural achievements of the empire. However, the Byzantine Empire's success was often precarious. The empire faced numerous external threats throughout its history, including invasions by barbarian tribes, the rise of Islamic caliphates, and the expansion of the Seljuk Turks. Despite its strength, the empire's vast territory, stretching from the Balkans to the Near East, made it difficult to defend against these persistent invasions. The Byzantines were often forced to engage in military campaigns on multiple fronts, which strained their resources and weakened their ability to maintain control over their empire. The loss of key territories, such as Egypt and Syria, to the Islamic conquests in the 7th century, marked the beginning of the empire's territorial decline. The rise of the Ottoman Empire in the 14th century added another serious threat to the Byzantine Empire's survival, ultimately culminating in the conquest of Constantinople in 1453. One of the key factors that contributed to the Byzantine Empire's eventual fall was its internal instability. Over time, the empire's political structure became increasingly decentralized, and the once centralized authority of the emperor was weakened by internal divisions and factionalism. The rise of powerful noble families, the increasing influence of the church, and the frequent use of military leaders to maintain control of territories created a fragmented political landscape. This internal strife undermined the empire's ability to respond effectively to external threats. At the same time, the Byzantine economy, once vibrant and thriving, began to suffer from corruption, mismanagement, and declining trade revenues. As the empire faced mounting economic challenges, its military strength deteriorated, making it more vulnerable to outside attacks. Religious divisions also played a role in the decline of the Byzantine Empire. While Christianity was the unifying force of the empire, religious disagreements between the Byzantine Church and the Roman Catholic Church, particularly over issues of theology, liturgy, and church authority, contributed to political and social unrest. The Great Schism of 1054, which formally divided the Christian Church into Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic branches, had long-lasting consequences for the Byzantine Empire. The schism not only deepened religious divisions but also weakened the empire's relationship with the papacy and the Western Christian world. In the 12th century, during the Fourth Crusade, Western Christian armies, under the leadership of the papacy, sacked Constantinople in 1204, further damaging the empire's political and economic stability. This event severely weakened the Byzantines and further estranged them from the West. In addition to internal divisions, the Byzantine Empire also faced external pressures from rival powers. The rise of the Ottoman Empire, a Turkish state founded in the late 13th century, was perhaps the most formidable challenge to the Byzantines. The Ottomans, led by the ambitious Sultan Mehmed II, gradually expanded their territory into Byzantine-held lands, systematically weakening the empire's borders. The Byzantine Empire's military strength, once a source of pride, had diminished over the centuries, and by the 15th century, the empire's ability to defend its territory was severely compromised. The Ottomans laid siege to Constantinople in 1453, and after a prolonged and brutal campaign, the city fell on May 29 of that year, marking the official end of the Byzantine Empire. The fall of Constantinople had profound consequences not only for the Byzantine Empire but for the entire Christian world. The loss of Constantinople marked the end of the last vestige of the Roman Empire and the beginning of a new era in European history. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire had acted as a buffer between the Christian West and the Islamic world, and its fall represented the final victory of the Ottoman Empire, which would go on to dominate much of southeastern Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. The fall of Constantinople also had a significant impact on the Renaissance, as the influx of Greek scholars fleeing the Ottoman conquest brought classical knowledge to the West, sparking a renewed interest in Greek and Roman learning that contributed to the intellectual flourishing of the period. Despite its collapse, the Byzantine Empire's legacy has endured. The empire's contributions to art, architecture, law, and Christian theology continue to influence the modern world. The Byzantines preserved much of the cultural heritage of the ancient Greeks and Romans, ensuring that their achievements were not lost to history. Byzantine art and architecture, characterized by its intricate mosaics, grand churches, and lavish palaces, have had a lasting impact on Eastern Orthodox Christianity and influenced the development of religious art throughout Europe. The legal traditions established by Justinian's Code laid the groundwork for modern European legal systems, and the intellectual achievements of the Byzantine scholars continue to shape fields such as philosophy, theology, and history. The fall of the Byzantine Empire serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of empires, even those that have lasted for centuries. Internal divisions, external threats, economic decline, and religious conflicts can all contribute to the downfall of even the most powerful states. The Byzantine Empire, with its rich cultural and intellectual heritage, serves as a testament to the resilience and adaptability of a civilization that managed to endure for over a millennium despite facing numerous challenges. Its legacy, though often overshadowed by the rise of the Ottoman Empire and the Renaissance, remains a vital part of the history of Europe, the Middle East, and Christianity. The story of the Byzantine Empire, from its rise as the Eastern Roman Empire to its eventual collapse in 1453, is a testament to both the enduring achievements of human civilization and the inevitable cycles of rise and fall that have shaped the course of history. The fall of the ancient Mayan civilization, which once dominated the Yucatan Peninsula and much of Central America, is one of the most perplexing mysteries in the study of ancient history. The Maya, a people renowned for their advanced knowledge in astronomy, mathematics, and architecture, constructed magnificent cities, established a complex system of governance, and created a vibrant culture that lasted for centuries. Yet, by the end of the 9th century, many of the great Maya cities in the southern lowlands were abandoned, leaving behind empty cities, crumbling temples, and unresolved questions. What caused the sudden and mysterious collapse of the Maya civilization in these regions remains a subject of intense scholarly debate, with various theories ranging from environmental collapse to warfare, and even the possible influence of disease. While the decline of the Maya civilization in the southern lowlands is well documented, the collapse was not total, as Maya society persisted in other regions, such as the northern Yucatan Peninsula, long after the fall of the great cities. However, the disappearance of these once thriving centers of culture, politics, and trade remains one of the most significant events in pre-Columbian American history. The Maya civilization, which flourished from approximately 2000 BCE to 1500 CE, is known for its extraordinary achievements in a variety of fields. The Maya were not only skilled farmers, but they were also masterful architects, engineers, and artists. They built cities that featured towering pyramids, vast plazas, palaces, and ball courts, as well as an intricate system of canals, reservoirs, and causeways. Their cities, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, were centers of both political and religious life. The Maya were also remarkable for their advancements in the fields of astronomy and mathematics. They developed an accurate calendar system that was based on the movements of celestial bodies, and their knowledge of timekeeping was so precise that their calendar surpassed the accuracy of the European calendar of the time. The Maya also developed a written language, using hieroglyphs to record historical events, royal genealogies, and religious rituals. Their achievements in art, including intricately carved stone monuments, murals, and pottery, are still admired today for their beauty and craftsmanship. The height of the Maya civilization, often referred to as the Classic Period, 250 to 900 CE, saw the rise of powerful city-states that competed and cooperated with one another. These city-states were ruled by powerful kings, who were believed to be divine figures chosen by the gods. The Maya kings were not only political rulers but also religious leaders who oversaw elaborate ceremonies and rituals designed to maintain cosmic order and ensure the favor of the gods. These rituals often involved human sacrifice, the most important of which was the sacrifice of captives taken in warfare. The Maya cities were connected through a complex network of trade routes, which allowed for the exchange of goods such as jade, cacao, obsidian, and textiles. This trade network helped foster a flourishing economy and facilitated cultural exchange between the various city-states of the Maya world. Despite the success and achievements of the Maya civilization, a dramatic decline in the southern lowlands occurred by the end of the 9th century. Large cities such as Tikal, Copan, and Calakmul, which had once been the thriving centers of Maya civilization, were abandoned. The sudden collapse of these cities has perplexed scholars for decades, with no single explanation proving sufficient to account for the decline. Theories about the cause of the Maya collapse have evolved over time, and today, most scholars agree that the fall of the Maya cities in the southern lowlands was the result of a combination of factors, rather than a single catastrophic event. One of the most widely discussed theories about the collapse of the Maya civilization centers on environmental factors, particularly deforestation and soil degradation. The Maya were highly dependent on agriculture, especially maize, corn, which formed the basis of their diet and economy. To support their growing population, the Maya practiced intensive farming methods, which included slash-and-burn agriculture. This method involved clearing forests to make way for fields, but it also led to soil erosion and the depletion of the land's fertility. As the population grew, the demand for agricultural land increased, and the Maya cleared more and more forests to make space for crops. Over time, this practice led to deforestation and soil exhaustion, which, in turn, made it increasingly difficult to sustain the agricultural output needed to feed the population. Research into the environmental impact of the Maya has revealed that, during the peak of the Classic period, large swaths of the southern lowlands were heavily deforested. This environmental degradation, combined with the seasonal variation in rainfall, may have caused long-term droughts that further strained the region's ability to support its population. The collapse of the region's agricultural infrastructure would have had devastating consequences, as the Maya were unable to feed themselves or sustain their cities. The evidence of climate change, including evidence of a prolonged drought around the time of the Maya collapse, supports this theory, suggesting that environmental factors were a key contributor to the decline. Another factor often cited as contributing to the fall of the Maya cities is the increased frequency of warfare. The Maya civilization was characterized by a system of city-states, each ruled by a king who governed a specific territory. These city-states often engaged in military conflicts with one another, with the aim of expanding their territory, capturing prisoners for sacrifice, or gaining access to valuable resources. During the Classic period, the Maya engaged in a series of large-scale military campaigns, and the city of Tikal, in particular, was involved in a prolonged struggle for dominance against its rival, Calakmul. The constant state of warfare between city-states could have placed significant strain on the resources of the Maya, diverting attention away from agricultural production and infrastructure maintenance, and leading to social and political instability. Some scholars suggest that the constant warfare contributed to the collapse of the southern cities by weakening their ability to defend themselves against outside invaders, as well as causing internal divisions that undermined the unity of the Maya states. In addition to environmental and social factors, political instability and the weakening of central authority within the Maya cities also played a crucial role in their downfall. The Maya kings were seen as divine rulers, and their legitimacy was often tied to their ability to maintain control over their territories, lead military campaigns, and ensure the prosperity of their people. However, as the power struggles between rival city-states intensified, the authority of individual kings began to erode. The constant pressure from external threats, internal strife, and the failure to adapt to environmental and economic challenges weakened the political structure of the Maya civilization. The collapse of powerful dynasties, the abandonment of royal capitals, and the breakdown of centralized governance further contributed to the disintegration of Maya society. The role of disease in the decline of the Maya civilization is another theory that has gained traction in recent years. Although there is no direct evidence of epidemic disease at the time of the collapse, some scholars suggest that diseases brought by Europeans in the post-Columbian period may have had a lasting impact on the Maya long before their contact with Europeans. It is possible that diseases, such as smallpox or influenza, may have spread along trade routes, decimating populations in the Maya cities. The combination of warfare, famine, and disease could have created a perfect storm of devastation, leading to the rapid abandonment of major cities and the collapse of the civilization. Despite the fall of the southern Maya cities, the civilization did not disappear entirely. In the northern Yucatan Peninsula, cities like Chichen Itza and Uxmal continued to thrive well into the 10th and 11th centuries, long after the collapse of the southern lowlands. The persistence of Maya civilization in the north may have been due to differences in the environment, such as the availability of water sources and more fertile land, as well as the political structure of the region. The Maya in the north may have been able to adapt to the challenges posed by climate change, warfare, and other factors more effectively than their southern counterparts. The decline of the Maya civilization serves as a powerful reminder of the complex interplay between environmental, social, political, and cultural factors in the rise and fall of civilizations. The Maya were able to build one of the most advanced and sophisticated societies in the pre-Columbian Americas, but their civilization's sudden collapse reveals the vulnerability of even the most powerful societies to a combination of internal and external pressures. The Maya left behind a legacy of knowledge, art, and architecture that continues to captivate and inspire scholars and historians today. Through their achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and writing, the Maya made significant contributions to the intellectual and cultural heritage of humanity. The mystery of their collapse, however, remains one of the most intriguing and unsolved puzzles in the history of the ancient world. The fall of the Inca Empire, the largest and most advanced civilization in pre-Columbian South America, stands as a monumental event in the history of the Americas. At its height, the Inca Empire, or Tawantinsuyu, stretched across the western coast of South America, from present-day southern Colombia to northern Chile, covering vast territories of rugged mountains, fertile valleys, and coastal deserts. The Inca Empire, with its sophisticated administration, vast infrastructure, and remarkable technological achievements, seemed poised to endure for centuries. However, the empire's rapid collapse in the early 16th century, triggered by the arrival of a small group of Spanish conquistadors led by Francisco Pizarro, has become one of the most dramatic and shocking moments in world history. Despite their impressive military, political, and economic power, the Incas were ultimately unable to withstand the forces of external invasion, internal division, and the devastating effects of disease that would lead to their downfall. The Inca Empire was founded in the early 15th century by Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, who transformed a small kingdom in the Andean highlands into one of the largest and most efficient empires the world had ever seen. Under his leadership, and that of his successors, the Incas expanded their territory by conquering neighboring tribes, incorporating them into the empire, and establishing a vast network of roads, bridges, and communication systems that allowed for the efficient movement of goods, people, and armies. The Incas were also skilled agriculturalists, using terrace farming and irrigation to cultivate crops in the harsh Andean environment. They developed a system of taxation and labor service, known as the MITA, which helped maintain the empire's infrastructure and supported the growing population. One of the most impressive aspects of the Inca Empire was its ability to integrate a diverse array of peoples and cultures into a single political and social system. The Incas practiced a policy of assimilation, offering conquered peoples the benefits of imperial rule, such as access to agricultural technology, roads, and protection from enemies. In exchange, the conquered peoples were required to pay tribute in the form of goods, labor, or military service. The Inca emperor, or Sapa Inca, was considered the divine ruler and was believed to be descended from the sun god Inti. The Sapa Inca's authority was absolute, and the empire was highly centralized, with a well-organized bureaucracy to oversee the distribution of resources and the implementation of laws. The Inca religion, centered on the worship of Inti, Pachamama, Mother Earth, and other deities, played a central role in daily life, and the state was responsible for maintaining the sacred rituals and ceremonies that ensured the prosperity of the empire. Despite the empire's strength and unity, internal conflicts began to emerge in the years leading up to its collapse. One of the most significant of these was a succession dispute following the death of the Sapa Inca Huayna Capac in 1525. Huayna Capac, who had expanded the empire to its greatest extent, was succeeded by his son, Atahualpa, who ruled the northern part of the empire, while his brother, Huascar, took control of the southern part. The division of the empire between these two brothers led to a civil war that weakened the Inca state just as external threats loomed on the horizon. The conflict between Atahualpa and Huascar drained the empire's resources and left it vulnerable to invasion. The civil war, which lasted for several years, further destabilized the empire, leading to political fragmentation and internal strife that would prove disastrous when the Spanish arrived. The arrival of the Spanish conquistadors in 1532 marked the beginning of the Inca Empire's rapid downfall. Francisco Pizarro, a Spanish adventurer and soldier, landed on the northern coast of what is now Peru with a small force of around 180 men. At first, the Inca rulers did not perceive the Spaniards as a significant threat, and the initial interactions between the two groups were relatively peaceful. However, the situation quickly escalated when Pizarro, using a combination of deception, diplomacy, and sheer force, captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa in a surprise attack at the city of Cajamarca. Atahualpa's capture was a turning point in the Inca Empire's fate. Pizarro demanded a ransom from the Incas, offering to release Atahualpa in exchange for a room filled with gold and silver. The Incas complied, delivering a vast fortune in precious metals, but Pizarro betrayed the trust of the Inca people by executing Atahualpa instead of honoring his promise. This brutal act shattered the Inca leadership and dealt a severe blow to the morale of the empire. With their emperor dead, the Incas were thrown into disarray. The loss of their divine ruler left a leadership vacuum, and the empire, already weakened by internal division, struggled to mount an effective resistance against the Spaniards. The Incas' ability to resist the Spanish was further hampered by the introduction of European diseases, particularly smallpox, to which the native populations had no immunity. Smallpox, along with other diseases like measles and influenza, decimated the indigenous population, killing millions of people, including the Inca nobility. The rapid spread of these diseases, often preceding the arrival of Spanish soldiers, caused widespread devastation, weakening the Incas' ability to resist the invasion. In some regions, entire communities were wiped out before the Spanish even arrived, further undermining the Inca Empire's military and social structure. The technological superiority of the Spanish conquistadors also played a significant role in the fall of the Inca Empire. The Spanish had superior weapons, including firearms, steel swords, and armor, which gave them a decisive advantage in battle. The Incas, by contrast, fought with traditional weapons made of wood, stone, and bronze. The Spanish also made use of horses, which were unknown to the indigenous peoples of the Americas, giving them a military edge that the Incas were unable to overcome. The Incas, despite their superior numbers, were unable to match the firepower and mobility of the Spanish, and their military efforts were fragmented and poorly coordinated. Despite these significant challenges, the Inca Empire did not fall immediately after Atahualpa's capture. A series of battles and uprisings ensued, as various Inca factions attempted to regain control and resist the Spanish occupation. However, the Incas were unable to rally around a single leader, and their resistance efforts were disjointed and ineffective. The Spaniards, taking advantage of the divisions within Inca society and the weakened state of the empire, gradually captured key cities and strongholds. By 1533, the Spanish had taken control of Cusco, the heart of the Inca Empire, and began to dismantle the political and economic structures that had sustained the empire for centuries. The final blow to the Inca Empire came in 1572 when the last Inca stronghold, Vilcabamba, was conquered by the Spanish. The last emperor of the Inca Empire, Tupac Amaru, was captured and executed, effectively ending any hope of an organized resistance. The Spanish, having already established their dominance over the former Inca territories, went on to colonize much of South America, including the lands that had once been part of the Inca Empire. The conquest of the Incas, though accomplished with relatively few Spanish soldiers, marked the beginning of Spanish rule in South America, which would last for nearly 3 centuries. The fall of the Inca Empire is a story of remarkable achievements followed by rapid and dramatic decline. It highlights the vulnerability of even the most advanced civilizations to external invasion, internal division, and environmental factors. The Incas built an empire that was, in many ways, more advanced than many European nations at the time, yet they were ultimately unable to withstand the forces that led to their downfall. The legacy of the Inca Empire, however, endures in the ruins of Machu Picchu, the agricultural terraces that still dot the Andes, and the enduring cultural contributions of the Inca people to the indigenous communities of South America. While the Inca Empire may have fallen, its influence continues to shape the history and culture of the region to this day. The fall of the Aztec Empire in the early 16th century marks one of the most significant events in the history of the Americas, representing the dramatic clash between two vastly different worlds. The Aztec Empire, or the Mexica, had established itself as one of the most advanced and powerful civilizations in the pre-Columbian Americas, dominating large parts of Mesoamerica. It had a complex and highly organized society, with a rich culture, impressive architecture, and advanced knowledge in agriculture, astronomy, and engineering. Yet, despite its strength and remarkable achievements, the Aztec Empire succumbed to the forces of Spanish conquest, largely due to a combination of military superiority, strategic alliances, the arrival of disease, and internal division. The fall of the Aztec Empire, particularly the capture of its capital, Tenochtitlan, by the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés in 1521, marked the beginning of the end for indigenous civilizations in the Americas and set the stage for centuries of European colonial rule. The Aztec Empire, founded in the early 15th century, was a formidable political and military power in Mesoamerica. The Aztecs, originally a nomadic people, established their capital at Tenochtitlan, a city built on an island in Lake Texcoco, in what is now central Mexico. The city's location was strategic, providing natural defenses against potential invaders and access to a rich network of trade routes. The Aztec Empire grew through a combination of military conquest and alliances with neighboring city-states, forming a loose confederation of tribute-paying allies under the rule of the Aztec Emperor, or Huitzilopochtli. The empire's rapid expansion was fueled by the military prowess of the Aztec warriors, who were trained from a young age to fight and who engaged in ritual warfare to capture prisoners for sacrifice. The Aztecs believed that human sacrifice was essential to appease the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of the empire, and the practice became an integral part of their religious and cultural identity. The Aztecs also developed a complex and sophisticated system of governance, with a hierarchical society led by the emperor and a council of nobles. The empire was divided into various provinces, each governed by a local ruler who answered to the emperor. The political system was highly centralized, and the emperor had absolute power, supported by an elaborate bureaucracy that oversaw taxation, law enforcement, and military affairs. The economy was based on agriculture, with maize, beans, and squash being the primary crops. The Aztecs practiced advanced farming techniques, such as chinampas, or floating gardens, which allowed them to cultivate crops in the shallow waters of Lake Texcoco. The empire's wealth was further bolstered by its control over trade routes and tribute from conquered territories, including valuable goods like cacao, cotton, and precious metals. The social structure of the Aztec Empire was rigid, with a clear division between the elite nobility and the common people. At the top of the social hierarchy were the emperor and his family, followed by the noble class, which included priests, warriors, and high-ranking officials. Below them were the commoners, who were primarily farmers, artisans, and traders, and at the bottom of the hierarchy were the slaves, who were often prisoners of war or individuals who had fallen into debt. Religion played a central role in Aztec society, with an elaborate pantheon of gods and goddesses governing various aspects of life. The most important deity was Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun and war, who was believed to require human sacrifice to ensure the continued movement of the sun and the survival of the world. By the time the Spanish arrived in Mesoamerica in the early 1500s, the Aztec Empire had become a formidable power. However, despite its size and strength, the empire was not without its vulnerabilities. One of the most significant weaknesses was the empire's reliance on tribute from its allies and subject peoples. The Aztecs often ruled through coercion, extracting heavy tribute from conquered territories in the form of goods, food, and labor. This system of tribute, while ensuring a flow of resources to the Aztec capital, also created resentment among the subject peoples. Many of the neighboring tribes and city-states resented the Aztecs for their domination and the constant demands for tribute and sacrifice. This dissatisfaction would play a crucial role in the eventual fall of the empire, as several of these discontented groups would ally with the Spanish during the conquest. The arrival of the Spanish in the early 16th century was both unexpected and catastrophic for the Aztecs. In 1519, Hernán Cortés, a Spanish conquistador, landed on the coast of Mexico with a small force of around 600 men, including soldiers, sailors, and a few horses. At first, the Aztecs, under the leadership of Emperor Montezuma II, were unsure of how to respond to the strangers. The Aztecs had heard of the arrival of the gods or tulis, a prophecy that had been passed down through their religious beliefs, which predicted the return of a godlike figure from the east. Montezuma, possibly seeing Cortés as a fulfillment of this prophecy, initially welcomed the Spanish into Tenochtitlan and provided them with gifts and supplies. The Spanish, in turn, took advantage of Montezuma's hospitality, gaining access to the heart of the Aztec Empire. However, relations between the Spanish and the Aztecs quickly soured. Cortés, recognizing the opportunity to conquer the empire, began to make demands for more gold and power. He also began to sow division within the Aztec leadership, capitalizing on the existing resentment of the subject peoples. Some of these groups, including the Tlaxcalans and other former enemies of the Aztecs, saw the Spanish as potential allies and joined them in their efforts to overthrow the Aztec Empire. With the support of these indigenous groups, the Spanish forces began to march toward Tenochtitlan, where they would face the full might of the Aztec military. The Aztec response to the Spanish invasion was initially hesitant. Montezuma, whose authority had already been weakened by the internal divisions within the empire, found himself unable to act decisively. The emperor's advisors and priests were divided over how to handle the Spanish, and some of them saw the arrival of the conquistadors as a sign of divine will, while others viewed them as a threat. As the Spanish forces entered Tenochtitlan, tensions between the two groups escalated. On the night of June 30, 1520, a confrontation between the Spanish and the Aztecs, known as La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows, led to the death of Montezuma and the expulsion of the Spanish from the city. However, Cortés and his men regrouped with their indigenous allies and returned to the city in the following year. The second siege of Tenochtitlan, which began in May 1521, was marked by intense fighting, as the Spanish, aided by their indigenous allies, laid siege to the city. The Aztec warriors fought valiantly, but they were greatly outnumbered and outmatched. The Spanish used superior military technology, including firearms, cannons, and horses, to overwhelm the defenders. At the same time, the spread of European diseases, such as smallpox, ravaged the population, killing large numbers of Aztecs and further weakening their ability to resist the siege. After months of brutal fighting, the Spanish finally captured Tenochtitlan on August 13, 1521. The fall of the city marked the end of the Aztec Empire and the beginning of Spanish colonial rule in Mexico. The collapse of the Aztec Empire was the result of a confluence of factors. The Aztecs' internal divisions, including political infighting and resentment among subject peoples, made it easier for the Spanish to exploit weaknesses and form alliances with disgruntled tribes. The superior military technology of the Spanish, along with their ability to leverage alliances with indigenous groups, gave them a decisive advantage. Moreover, the devastating impact of European diseases, to which the indigenous population had no immunity, played a critical role in weakening the Aztecs and their ability to resist the invasion. The fall of the Aztec Empire is a story of hubris, betrayal, and miscalculation, but it also serves as a powerful reminder of the complex interactions between cultures and the unintended consequences of contact between the old and new worlds. The legacy of the Aztec Empire, despite its fall, endures in many aspects of modern Mexican culture. From language and food to religion and traditions, the Aztecs have left an indelible mark on the identity of Mexico. The remnants of Aztec civilization, including the ruins of Tenochtitlan, the discovery of their impressive art and architecture, and the survival of their language, Nahuatl, speak to the resilience of a people whose empire was destroyed, yet whose influence continues to shape the Americas to this day. The fall of the Aztec Empire, while tragic, marks the beginning of a new chapter in history, one that would lead to the reshaping of the Americas and the world. The fall of the Khmer Empire, once one of the most powerful and advanced civilizations in Southeast Asia, is a compelling chapter in the study of ancient history. At its peak, the Khmer Empire, known for its monumental architecture, sophisticated water management systems, and flourishing culture, dominated much of Southeast Asia, including present-day Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. The empire's most famous legacy, the city of Angkor, with its awe-inspiring temples, vast urban planning, and advanced infrastructure, remains one of the most impressive archaeological sites in the world today. Yet, despite its power and grandeur, the Khmer Empire fell into decline and eventually collapsed around the 15th century, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and mysteries that still intrigue historians and archaeologists. The reasons behind the collapse of the Khmer Empire are complex and multifaceted, involving a combination of internal strife, external invasion, environmental changes, and socio-economic factors. The origins of the Khmer Empire can be traced back to the 9th century when Jayavarman II, the first king of the Khmer dynasty, united the various warring factions in the region and established the foundation of the empire. The Khmer Empire initially flourished under the rule of Jayavarman II and his successors, who expanded the empire through military conquest and strategic alliances. Over time, the Khmer rulers consolidated their power, transforming the kingdom into a centralized state with a highly organized administrative structure. The empire's capital was moved to Angkor in the late 9th century, marking the beginning of an era of monumental construction and cultural flourishing. The city of Angkor became the heart of the empire, serving as both the political and religious center. The construction of Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world, stands as a testament to the architectural brilliance and spiritual devotion of the Khmer Empire. The Khmer Empire's success was built on a combination of factors, including a highly organized bureaucracy, effective military strategies, and a sophisticated agricultural system. The Khmer rulers established a centralized administration, with a hierarchical structure that included nobles, priests, and officials responsible for overseeing various aspects of governance, including tax collection, military defense, and public works. The empire's military power was supported by a professional army, which was used to defend the kingdom's borders, conquer neighboring regions, and maintain control over trade routes. The Khmer Empire also benefited from a highly productive agricultural system, centered around rice cultivation. The empire's extensive network of canals, reservoirs, and irrigation systems allowed for the efficient distribution of water, ensuring that the population had access to the resources needed to sustain a growing society. The Khmer developed innovative water management techniques, which included the construction of artificial lakes and reservoirs, as well as a sophisticated system of channels and dams to control the flow of water. This allowed the Khmer Empire to support a large population and engage in long-term agricultural planning, ensuring a stable food supply. One of the most remarkable achievements of the Khmer Empire was its architectural and artistic legacy. The construction of Angkor Wat, the largest religious complex in the world, remains one of the most enduring symbols of the empire's grandeur. Angkor Wat was originally constructed as a Hindu temple dedicated to the god Vishnu, but it later became a Buddhist temple, reflecting the empire's religious transformation over time. The temple complex is renowned for its intricate carvings, grand scale, and the precision of its architectural design. The grandeur of Angkor Wat was matched by other temples in the Angkor region, such as Bayon, Ta Prohm, and Angkor Thom, each of which contributed to the empire's reputation as a center of art, culture, and religion. The temples of Angkor, with their towering spires, elaborate bas-reliefs, and vast courtyards, were a testament to the Khmer's advanced engineering and artistic abilities. These monumental structures also reflected the empire's religious devotion, with temples and shrines dedicated to a wide variety of gods and deities, both Hindu and Buddhist. Despite the successes of the Khmer Empire, the seeds of its decline were planted over several centuries. The decline of the empire is often attributed to a combination of internal and external factors, including political instability, environmental changes, economic difficulties, and external invasions. By the 15th century, the empire was reduced to a shadow of its former glory, with the once great city of Angkor falling into ruin. Despite its collapse, the Khmer Empire's legacy continues to endure, particularly through the ruins of Angkor, which remain a testament to the empire's remarkable achievements in art, architecture, and engineering. The fall of the Khmer Empire serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful civilizations and the complex interplay of internal and external factors that can lead to their decline. While the Khmer Empire may have disappeared from history, its cultural and architectural legacy continues to inspire awe and fascination to this day. The fall of the Kingdom of Aksum, one of the greatest and most powerful civilizations in ancient Africa, remains an enigmatic chapter in the history of the continent. At its height, Aksum was a formidable empire that ruled over a vast region in what is now modern-day Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, and parts of the Arabian Peninsula. Known for its impressive architectural achievements, complex social structure, and rich cultural heritage, the Aksumite Empire was a center of trade, commerce, and learning. It played a pivotal role in the development of the ancient world, acting as a bridge between Africa, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean. However, despite its once thriving power and influence, the Aksumite Empire experienced a sudden and mysterious decline that left it a shadow of its former self. The reasons behind its collapse are still debated among historians and archaeologists, with many theories pointing to a combination of internal and external factors, including economic shifts, environmental changes, religious transformation, and political instability. The origins of the Kingdom of Aksum date back to the 1st century CE, though its rise to prominence came several centuries later. Situated in the highlands of modern-day Ethiopia, Aksum was strategically located at the crossroads of key trade routes connecting the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the interior of Africa. Its location enabled the kingdom to become a powerful player in the trading world, establishing itself as a center of commerce and exchange. Aksum traded in gold, ivory, frankincense, and other valuable commodities, with its merchants engaging in trade with the Roman Empire, India, and Arabia. The kingdom also became an important hub for the spread of Christianity in Africa, adopting Christianity as the state religion in the 4th century CE, making Aksum one of the earliest civilizations to do so. The Aksumite Empire's peak occurred between the 4th and 7th centuries CE. During this period, the kingdom enjoyed remarkable wealth and influence. The Aksumites built grand cities, including the capital city of Aksum, which became a center of culture, religion, and governance. The city was home to impressive stone architecture, including obelisks, palaces, and tombs, many of which still stand today as symbols of the empire's former glory. The kingdom's rulers were known for their architectural and engineering feats, constructing massive obelisks and stelae that towered over the landscape. The largest of these obelisks, known as the Great Stele, stood over 33 meters tall and is considered one of the most impressive ancient monuments in Africa. The economy of the Aksumite Empire was built on trade, with its merchants engaging in long-distance commerce that connected the kingdom to the Roman Empire, the Arabian Peninsula, India, and beyond. Aksum became a major exporter of gold, ivory, and other luxury goods, which were highly prized by foreign markets. The kingdom's wealth was also bolstered by its control of key ports along the Red Sea, such as Adulis, which served as a gateway for trade between Africa and the rest of the world. The Aksumites were skilled traders and navigators, and they developed a sophisticated system of maritime trade that allowed them to reach distant regions. This global trade network brought immense wealth to Aksum, allowing the kingdom to flourish economically and politically. In addition to its economic and commercial success, the Kingdom of Aksum was a major center of intellectual and religious development. The kingdom adopted Christianity in the early 4th century CE under King Ezana, making it one of the first nations in the world to officially embrace the Christian faith. This conversion was a pivotal moment in the history of the Aksumite Empire, and it had a profound impact on the culture and society of the kingdom. Christianity became the state religion, and the Aksumites constructed churches, monasteries, and other religious institutions to promote the faith. The conversion of Aksum to Christianity also had important political implications, as it helped to solidify the kingdom's ties to the Byzantine Empire and the Christian world. The Aksumites were also known for their advances in writing and literature. They developed a script known as Guizi, which is still used today in Ethiopia for liturgical purposes. Guizi was an important tool for the administration of the kingdom, as it was used to record official documents, laws, and religious texts. The Aksumites were also known for their contributions to mathematics and astronomy, with their knowledge of the stars and celestial movements helping them to navigate the seas and plan agricultural activities. The kingdom's intellectual achievements helped to establish Aksum as one of the most advanced civilizations of its time. Despite its impressive achievements, the decline of the Aksumite Empire began to take shape in the 7th century, and by the 8th century, the once great empire had largely disappeared from the historical record. The reasons for this decline are complex and multifaceted, involving a combination of internal and external factors that contributed to the weakening and eventual collapse of the kingdom. One of the key factors that contributed to the decline of the Aksumite Empire was a shift in trade routes. As the Aksumites had relied heavily on trade with the Mediterranean and the Arabian Peninsula, the rise of Islamic power in the 7th century had a significant impact on Aksum's commercial interests. The spread of Islam across the Arabian Peninsula led to the establishment of new trading networks that bypassed the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa. The Islamic caliphates began to dominate the trade routes of the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, leaving Aksum cut off from its lucrative trade connections. This disruption of trade severely impacted the Aksumite economy, which had been heavily reliant on the exchange of gold, ivory, and other goods. Environmental changes also played a critical role in the decline of Aksum. The kingdom had long relied on its advanced agricultural system, which was supported by a complex network of irrigation systems, reservoirs, and terraces. However, evidence suggests that the climate in the region began to change during the 6th and 7th centuries. A series of droughts and changes in rainfall patterns may have severely impacted the agricultural output of the region, leading to food shortages and economic instability. As the kingdom's agricultural base weakened, it became more difficult for the Aksumites to support their large population and maintain their military power. Another important factor in the decline of the Aksumite Empire was internal political instability. As the empire grew larger and more complex, it became increasingly difficult for the central government to maintain control over its vast territories. The empire was divided into various provinces, each governed by local rulers, and over time, these local rulers began to assert their independence. Political infighting and factionalism weakened the central authority of the Aksumite monarchy, leading to a breakdown in governance and a loss of control over key regions. This political fragmentation made the kingdom more vulnerable to external threats and internal rebellions. The rise of external enemies, particularly the expansionist forces of the Muslim Arabs, further contributed to the downfall of the Aksumite Empire. In the 7th century, the Arabs began to push into the Red Sea region, and their forces began to conquer key trading ports along the coast. The fall of Adulis, the main port of Aksum, marked a significant blow to the empire's economic power and its ability to maintain trade. The Arabs also posed a military threat to Aksum, and the kingdom's military forces, weakened by internal strife and economic instability, were unable to defend their borders effectively. The fall of Aksum is also linked to the gradual decline of its religious and cultural influence. While Christianity remained an important part of the Aksumite identity, the spread of Islam across the region and the rise of Islamic kingdoms in the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa eventually overshadowed the Christian kingdom of Aksum. The decline of the Aksumite state led to a weakening of Christian influence in the region, and the once great Christian empire faded into obscurity. By the end of the 8th century, the Aksumite Empire had largely disappeared, and its once thriving capital of Aksum was abandoned. However, the legacy of the Aksumite civilization lives on in the archaeological remains of the empire, including the iconic stelae, obelisks, and ruins of ancient cities that can still be seen today in northern Ethiopia. The kingdom's contribution to the spread of Christianity in Africa, its advances in writing and mathematics, and its role as a key player in global trade are lasting testaments to the empire's former power and influence. In conclusion, the fall of the kingdom of Aksum is a story of a once great civilization that succumbed to a combination of environmental, political, economic, and military challenges. The kingdom's decline was not the result of a single catastrophic event, but rather the gradual erosion of its power over several centuries. Despite its collapse, the achievements of Aksum continue to shape the history of the Horn of Africa, and the legacy of the empire endures in the culture and history of Ethiopia and the surrounding regions. The story of Aksum serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful empires and the complex forces that shape the rise and fall of civilizations. The fall of the kingdom of the Hittites, once a dominant power in the ancient Near East, is one of the most intriguing and mysterious events in the history of the ancient world. The Hittite Empire, at its height in the 14th and 13th centuries BCE, controlled a vast territory that spanned much of Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, parts of northern Syria, and regions around the eastern Mediterranean. The Hittites were known for their military prowess, sophisticated bureaucracy, and impressive cultural achievements, leaving a lasting legacy in the fields of law, diplomacy, and architecture. However, despite their formidable presence and influence in the ancient world, the Hittite Empire collapsed around the end of the 13th century BCE, and the once powerful kingdom faded into obscurity, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions regarding the causes of its decline. Historians and archaeologists have long debated the reasons for the fall of the Hittites, with theories ranging from internal strife and political instability to external invasions, climate change, and economic difficulties. The origins of the Hittite Empire can be traced back to the early Bronze Age, around 1600 BCE, when the Hittites established themselves as a prominent power in Anatolia. The Hittites were an Indo-European-speaking people who migrated to the region and eventually formed a powerful kingdom centered around the city of Hattusa, located near modern-day Boğazkale in central Turkey. The Hittite kingdom gradually expanded its influence, both through military conquest and strategic alliances, and by the 14th century BCE, the Hittites had established themselves as one of the most powerful states in the ancient Near East. They were a formidable military power, with a well-organized army and advanced technologies in chariot warfare, and they often clashed with neighboring civilizations, including the Egyptians, the Assyrians, and the Mycenaeans. The Hittites' military success was bolstered by their advanced use of iron and chariotry, making them one of the most technologically advanced civilizations of their time. They were among the first to develop iron weapons, which gave them a decisive edge over their rivals who still relied on bronze. This technological superiority allowed the Hittites to establish a powerful and expansive empire, which stretched from the Aegean Sea in the west to the Euphrates River in the east. The Hittite Empire reached its zenith during the reign of Suppiluliuma I, circa 1380 to 1346 BCE, a king who expanded the empire's territory through military conquests and diplomatic alliances. Under Suppiluliuma's leadership, the Hittites became a dominant force in the ancient Near East, defeating the Mitanni and securing control over key trade routes and strategic territories. The Hittite Empire was also known for its sophisticated bureaucracy and legal system. The Hittite kings established a centralized government that was highly organized and capable of managing the vast territories under their control. The Hittites were skilled diplomats, forging alliances with other powerful states such as Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. The Hittites were instrumental in the development of international diplomacy in the ancient world, and their treaties, particularly the Treaty of Kadesh, circa 1259 BCE, signed with the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II, are among the earliest examples of formal peace agreements between great powers. This treaty, which ended the long-standing conflict between Egypt and the Hittites over control of territories in Syria, is one of the most famous diplomatic documents of the ancient world and remains a symbol of the Hittites' diplomatic acumen. In addition to their military and diplomatic achievements, the Hittites were known for their cultural contributions, particularly in the fields of law and architecture. The Hittite legal code, known as the Hittite laws, was one of the earliest and most advanced legal systems in the ancient world. The laws covered a wide range of topics, including property rights, marriage, and criminal justice, and they were designed to ensure social order and fairness within the empire. The Hittites were also skilled architects and builders, and they constructed impressive cities, fortifications, and temples, many of which can still be seen in the ruins of Hattusa today. The city of Hattusa was a marvel of ancient urban planning, with its massive walls, monumental gates, and sophisticated water management systems, reflecting the grandeur and organizational capabilities of the Hittite Empire. However, Despite the Hittites' many achievements and military successes, the decline of the Hittite Empire began in the 13th century BCE, and the empire eventually collapsed by the end of the century. The reasons for this sudden collapse have been the subject of much speculation and debate, with a variety of factors contributing to the empire's downfall. One of the most significant causes of the Hittite collapse was internal strife and political instability. Following the death of Suppiluliuma I, the Hittite throne passed to his son, Mursilai II, whose reign was marked by internal conflict and political upheaval. The Hittite Empire, already weakened by years of military campaigns and constant warfare, faced a series of challenges, including a power struggle among the ruling elite and increasing unrest among the subject peoples within the empire. The power of the central government began to erode, and the empire's vast territories became harder to manage effectively. At the same time, the Hittite Empire was facing external threats from neighboring civilizations. The Egyptian Empire, under Ramses II, had long been a rival of the Hittites, and the two empires had fought a series of wars over control of territory in Syria and the Levant. Although the Treaty of Kadesh had brought a temporary peace between the two powers, the Egyptian threat never fully disappeared. In addition to Egypt, the Hittites also faced pressure from the Assyrians, who were expanding their empire to the east, and the Mycenaeans, who were becoming increasingly aggressive in the western Mediterranean. The combined pressure from these external threats stretched the Hittite military resources and weakened the empire's ability to defend its borders. Perhaps the most significant external threat to the Hittite Empire came from the mysterious Sea Peoples, a group of seafaring raiders who attacked many of the ancient civilizations of the Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age. The Sea Peoples, whose origins are still debated, are believed to have launched a series of devastating attacks on the eastern Mediterranean, including the Hittite heartland. The Hittite capital of Hattusa was attacked and eventually destroyed by these invaders, marking a critical blow to the empire's power. The destruction of Hattusa, coupled with the collapse of key trade routes and the disruption of the empire's agricultural base, led to a rapid decline in the Hittite Empire's ability to sustain itself. The loss of the capital and the disintegration of the central government further destabilized the empire, and by the end of the 13th century BCE, the once mighty Hittite civilization had fallen into ruin. In addition to military and political factors, environmental changes also played a role in the decline of the Hittite Empire. Evidence suggests that the region experienced a period of climate change during the Late Bronze Age, which may have contributed to droughts, crop failures, and famine. The Hittites, who relied heavily on agriculture to support their economy, may have suffered from these environmental stresses, further exacerbating the internal problems within the empire. The disruption of trade and agriculture would have weakened the Hittite economy, making it more difficult for the empire to defend itself against external threats and maintain its infrastructure. The collapse of the Hittite Empire is also thought to have been part of a broader pattern of societal collapse that affected many civilizations in the eastern Mediterranean and Near East during the Late Bronze Age. This period, around 1200 BCE, was marked by widespread upheaval, with the fall of several major civilizations, including the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, and the Hittites. Some historians and archaeologists believe that this period of collapse was the result of a combination of factors, including invasions by the Sea Peoples, internal social and political unrest, climate change, and economic disruption. The fall of the Hittite Empire, in this context, can be seen as part of a larger pattern of systemic collapse that affected multiple ancient civilizations. In the aftermath of the Hittite Empire's fall, the region was left in a state of disarray, with many of the Hittites' former territories splintering into smaller, less centralized kingdoms. The cultural and political achievements of the Hittites were largely lost, as the memory of their once great civilization faded. However, the legacy of the Hittites did not disappear entirely. Their contributions to law, diplomacy, and military strategy influenced later civilizations, and their achievements in art, architecture, and language left a lasting imprint on the ancient world. Today, the ruins of Hattusa and other Hittite sites serve as a reminder of the empire's grandeur and its sudden and dramatic collapse. The mystery of the Hittite Empire's fall continues to captivate historians and archaeologists, who continue to search for answers regarding the causes of its decline. The story of the Hittites is a cautionary tale of how even the most powerful empires can fall prey to a combination of internal strife, external threats, and environmental factors, and it serves as a powerful reminder of the fragility of even the most advanced civilizations. The collapse of the Mycenaean civilization, one of the most influential cultures of the ancient Aegean, is one of the greatest mysteries in world history. Known for their advanced architectural feats, military prowess, and sophisticated society, the Mycenaeans dominated the Greek mainland from around 1600 BCE to 1100 BCE. They left behind remarkable structures such as the massive citadels of Mycenaean Tiryns, vast palatial complexes, and the world-famous tombs known as beehive tombs. The Mycenaeans were also pioneers in developing the Greek writing system, most famously the linear B script, which was later deciphered as an early form of Greek. Despite their incredible achievements, their civilization came to an abrupt and mysterious end around the 12th century BCE, a collapse that left the Aegean world in disarray and took centuries for Greek society to recover from. While the causes of the Mycenaean collapse remain elusive, historians and archaeologists have proposed a number of theories to explain this dramatic fall, ranging from internal factors such as political instability and economic breakdown, to external factors like invasions, climate change, and the disruptions caused by the so-called Sea Peoples. At the height of their civilization, the Mycenaeans ruled a collection of powerful city-states spread across the Greek mainland, the Aegean Islands, and parts of Anatolia. These city-states, including the powerful centers of Mycenae, Pylos, and Tiryns, were connected by a sophisticated network of trade routes that spanned the Mediterranean. The Mycenaeans were not only fierce warriors but also skilled merchants and diplomats, with a far-reaching influence in the ancient world. They traded goods such as olive oil, wine, pottery, and metalwork with civilizations as distant as Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Hittite Empire, and their society was rich in art, culture, and technological innovations. Their military might, which was reinforced by their mastery of chariotry and advanced weapons, made them the dominant force in the Aegean region, and their influence stretched across vast territories. The Mycenaeans are perhaps best known for their impressive architecture and the construction of massive palatial complexes. The citadel at Mycenae, with its monumental walls, is a testament to the Mycenaeans' engineering and organizational skills. The palace complexes were not only centers of political and economic power but also hubs of religious and cultural activities. The Mycenaeans developed a complex social hierarchy, with the king, or wanax, at the top, supported by a class of nobles, warriors, artisans, and farmers. These palatial centers were centers of administration and record-keeping, and the linear B script, discovered in the 20th century, revealed much about the administrative organization and economy of the Mycenaean world. The writing system, used primarily for accounting and administrative purposes, provided insights into the structure of Mycenaean society, the distribution of resources, and the centralization of political power. In addition to their military and architectural achievements, the Mycenaeans are remembered for their significant contributions to Greek culture. They are the precursors to the later Greek civilization, and their myths, legends, and epic stories formed the foundation for many of the tales that would later be told by Homer, such as the Iliad and the Odyssey. These epic tales, rooted in the events of the Trojan War, became the cornerstone of ancient Greek literature and continue to influence Western culture to this day. The Mycenaeans also played a central role in the development of Greek religion, and many of their deities and religious practices laid the groundwork for the later Greek pantheon. Despite their advanced civilization, the Mycenaean world came to a sudden and catastrophic end at the close of the 13th century BCE. The reasons behind the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization remain a subject of ongoing scholarly debate. However, it is widely accepted that a combination of factors, both internal and external, contributed to their downfall. One of the most significant internal factors was the breakdown of the political system. The Mycenaean civilization was highly centralized, with power concentrated in the hands of the kings and their courts. However, the palace-based system of governance made the Mycenaeans vulnerable to internal instability. The collapse of the centralized authority in Mycenae, Pylos, and other Mycenaean centers may have led to a disintegration of social and political structures. This political fragmentation, along with possible leadership struggles or rebellion from the lower classes, would have weakened the cohesion of Mycenaean society and left it vulnerable to external threats. The evidence from the archaeological record suggests that some Mycenaean palaces were burned and abandoned, indicating the possibility of internal unrest, rebellion, or the collapse of the central authority. Another internal factor contributing to the decline of the Mycenaeans was economic turmoil. The Mycenaean economy was based on agriculture, trade, and tribute, and it relied heavily on the functioning of the palatial centers. However, the collapse of the palatial system would have disrupted trade and the distribution of resources. The collapse of long-distance trade routes, combined with the breakdown of centralized administration, may have led to food shortages, economic instability, and a decline in material wealth. The end of the Mycenaean palaces is marked by the abandonment of many key settlements, and evidence of a decline in luxury goods and other trade items suggests a significant economic downturn in the later years of the civilization. While internal factors such as political instability and economic collapse played a role in the decline of the Mycenaean civilization, external threats also contributed to their downfall. The invasion of the so-called Sea Peoples is often cited as one of the primary causes of the collapse of several ancient civilizations around 1200 BCE, including the Mycenaeans. The Sea Peoples, a group of mysterious raiders whose origins remain uncertain, are believed to have launched a series of devastating attacks on the eastern Mediterranean, targeting major cities and trade centers. These invasions caused widespread destruction, and the Mycenaean world, already weakened by internal strife, was particularly vulnerable to their raids. The archaeological evidence supports the idea that many Mycenaean cities were destroyed or abandoned during this period, and the Sea Peoples' attacks are thought to have played a significant role in the destruction of Mycenae and other palatial centers. The Sea Peoples, whose precise identity remains a matter of speculation, are often associated with maritime raiders who disrupted the established order of the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean civilizations. Their attacks were likely coordinated and relentless, targeting vulnerable coastal cities and trade hubs. Some historians believe that the Sea Peoples may have been a coalition of displaced populations, fleeing from their own collapsing civilizations and seeking new territories to conquer. The Mycenaeans, who were heavily dependent on their fortified palaces and trade routes, were particularly susceptible to these maritime incursions. The combination of external invasions, internal political fragmentation, and economic decline created the perfect storm that led to the collapse of Mycenaean civilization. Climate change is another factor that has been proposed as a contributor to the Mycenaean collapse. Evidence suggests that the Aegean region experienced significant climate shifts during the Late Bronze Age, including periods of prolonged droughts and cooler temperatures. These changes in climate would have had a profound impact on agricultural production, which was the backbone of the Mycenaean economy. The decline in agricultural output would have led to food shortages, increased competition for resources, and the weakening of the central palaces that relied on the redistribution of agricultural products. The failure of crops and the environmental stress caused by these climate changes would have further exacerbated the political and economic turmoil within Mycenaean society. The loss of Mycenaean power led to a dark age in Greek history, where the once thriving city-states of the Aegean were abandoned, and literacy was lost for several centuries. The period following the collapse, known as the Greek Dark Ages, was marked by a decline in material culture, technological innovation, and urbanization. Many of the Mycenaean palaces, including those at Mycenae and Pylos, were left in ruins, and the population of the Greek mainland dramatically decreased. The intricate system of writing, including the linear B script, disappeared, and the complex social structure that had supported Mycenaean society was replaced by a simpler, more decentralized system of living. The collapse of the Mycenaeans left a void that would not be filled until the rise of the Greek city-states in the 8th century BCE. Despite the collapse of their civilization, the legacy of the Mycenaeans continued to influence later Greek culture. The myths and stories of the Mycenaean age, such as the Trojan War, became central to Greek literature and were immortalized in the epic poems of Homer. The Mycenaeans also left behind a rich archaeological legacy, with their monumental ruins continuing to inspire awe in modern scholars and visitors. The ruins of Mycenae, with their imposing lion gate and massive cyclopean walls, stand as a testament to the power and achievements of this ancient civilization. In conclusion, the fall of the Mycenaean civilization was a multifaceted event driven by a combination of internal weaknesses, external invasions, climate change, and economic collapse. While the exact causes of their downfall may never be fully understood, the Mycenaeans' sudden disappearance marks one of the most dramatic collapses in ancient history. Their decline is a reminder of the fragility of even the most advanced and powerful civilizations, and their legacy continues to shape the cultural and historical foundations of Western civilization. The Mycenaean collapse remains one of history's great mysteries, and its effects can still be felt today in the myths. The fall of the ancient Maya civilization is one of the most compelling and mysterious events in world history. Known for their advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture, the Maya built some of the most impressive cities in pre-Columbian America. Spanning much of present-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, the Maya civilization reached its height between the 6th and 9th centuries AD. During this period, the Maya were at the forefront of cultural and scientific achievements. They created an intricate calendar system, developed a written language, and constructed massive stone cities with impressive pyramids, palaces, and temples. The Maya were also skilled astronomers and mathematicians, with their long-count calendar system and understanding of celestial movements far ahead of their time. However, by the end of the 9th century, many of the great Maya cities in the southern lowlands were abandoned, and the civilization went into a steep decline. The reasons for the Maya collapse have long been the subject of intense debate among historians, archaeologists, and anthropologists. While the ultimate cause of their fall remains elusive, several theories suggest that a combination of environmental, political, social, and economic factors contributed to the collapse of one of the most advanced ancient civilizations. At its peak, the Maya civilization was composed of numerous independent city-states, each ruled by a king or noble, often known as the Ajah in Maya language. These city-states were centers of trade, culture, and political power, with large urban populations that thrived in a complex network of alliances and rivalries. The Maya were master builders, creating cities with grandiose architectural feats such as the Pyramid of El Castillo in Chichen Itza, the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, and the colossal ball courts at Copan and Uxacton. These cities, connected by a network of roads and waterways, were highly organized, with dedicated spaces for religion, administration, and commerce. The Maya civilization was also deeply religious, with an intricate pantheon of gods and a belief in the cyclical nature of time. The Maya practiced elaborate rituals and ceremonies, often involving human sacrifice, to honor their gods and ensure the prosperity of their people. One of the greatest achievements of the Maya was their understanding of astronomy and mathematics. They developed an incredibly accurate calendar system, which included the famous long-count calendar, a system that could track time over thousands of years. The Maya also had a detailed understanding of the movements of the stars and planets, particularly Venus, which held great religious significance for the Maya. Their precise astronomical observations allowed them to predict eclipses, solstices, and planetary alignments with remarkable accuracy. The Maya also developed a form of writing known as hieroglyphs, a system of symbols used to record historical events, religious texts, and genealogies. Their writing system was one of the most sophisticated in the ancient Americas, and it has provided valuable insights into the culture, politics, and religious practices of the Maya civilization. Despite their impressive achievements, the Maya civilization began to experience signs of decline by the 8th century. Several factors may have contributed to the collapse of the southern Maya lowlands, where the majority of the civilization's population resided. One of the most commonly cited factors is environmental degradation, particularly deforestation and soil erosion. The Maya practiced slash-and-burn agriculture to clear land for farming, and over time, this method of cultivation may have caused significant damage to the environment. As the population grew, the demand for agricultural land increased, and more forests were cleared to make way for crops. However, the deforestation led to soil erosion, which in turn reduced agricultural productivity. This environmental degradation could have contributed to food shortages, which may have exacerbated social unrest and weakened the overall stability of Maya society. Another factor that likely played a role in the Maya collapse was climate change. Paleoclimatic evidence suggests that the southern Maya lowlands experienced a period of severe droughts between the 8th and 9th centuries. These droughts may have had a devastating impact on the Maya civilization, as they relied heavily on rain-fed agriculture. A prolonged period of drought could have led to crop failures, further exacerbating food shortages and creating a climate of social and political instability. The Maya cities in the southern lowlands, which were heavily dependent on agriculture to sustain their populations, may have found it increasingly difficult to feed their people. As a result, this may have led to internal conflicts, the collapse of political power, and the abandonment of many of the great cities. While environmental and climatic factors certainly played a significant role in the Maya collapse, political and social factors also contributed to the civilization's decline. The Maya city-states were often engaged in intense rivalries and warfare. These conflicts were not only about territorial control but also about access to resources, such as water and agricultural land, which had become increasingly scarce. As cities fought for dominance, the social fabric of Maya society began to unravel. The political system, which had been based on a hierarchical structure of rulers, priests, and commoners, may have become increasingly unstable as power struggles intensified. This political instability could have led to the weakening of central authority and a breakdown of governance, making it difficult for the Maya to respond effectively to the environmental and economic challenges they faced. In addition to warfare and political instability, the Maya civilization was also plagued by social unrest. As the population grew and resources became scarce, tensions may have arisen between the elite ruling class and the common people. The Maya were deeply religious, and the elite often used religion as a means of justifying their power. However, as food shortages and environmental degradation worsened, it is possible that the common people began to question the legitimacy of the ruling class. Religious leaders, who had once held great power, may have lost their influence as the people turned to more pragmatic solutions to address their difficulties. This social discontent could have further eroded the stability of Maya society and contributed to the eventual collapse of the civilization. The decline of the Maya civilization was not uniform across the entire region. While many of the great cities of the southern lowlands, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, were abandoned by the end of the 9th century, other regions of the Maya world continued to thrive. In particular, the northern Yucatan Peninsula, which included cities like Chichen Itza and Uxmal, remained powerful and influential well into the post-classic period. Chichen Itza, in particular, became a major political and cultural center during the 10th century, and its influence spread throughout the Maya world. However, even in these northern cities, the Maya civilization underwent significant transformations. Chichen Itza, for example, witnessed the rise of new political structures, which incorporated elements from both Maya traditions and influences from the central Mexican cultures, such as the Toltecs. These changes reflect the adaptive nature of the Maya civilization, even in the face of decline. The eventual abandonment of the southern cities and the rise of new political entities in the north marked the end of the classic period of the Maya civilization. However, the Maya did not disappear altogether. The civilization evolved into the post-classic period, which lasted until the arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century. The post-classic Maya civilization, though different in many ways from its classic predecessor, continued to thrive in certain regions. The cities of the northern Yucatan, such as Chichen Itza, Uxmal, and Mayapan, flourished during this period, and the Maya continued to practice their religion, maintain their written records, and engage in trade. However, the arrival of the Spanish in the early 16th century marked the end of the Maya civilization as a political and cultural force. The Spanish conquest, along with the spread of European diseases, brought about the final collapse of the Maya civilization, although its cultural legacy continues to be felt in the region today. The collapse of the Maya civilization remains one of the most fascinating mysteries in the history of the ancient world. The decline of such an advanced and powerful civilization cannot be attributed to a single cause but rather to a complex combination of factors, including environmental degradation, climate change, political instability, social unrest, and external pressures. The fall of the Maya civilization serves as a reminder of the fragility of even the most sophisticated societies, and it highlights the importance of understanding the interconnectedness of environmental, social, and political factors in the rise and fall of civilizations. Today, the remnants of the Maya civilization continue to inspire awe and wonder, with their towering pyramids, intricate carvings, and rich cultural traditions standing as a testament to their once great achievements. Though the Maya civilization collapsed, its legacy endures, shaping the cultural and historical identity of the modern Maya people and continuing to captivate the imagination of people around the world. The decline and fall of the ancient Assyrian Empire remains one of the most fascinating and dramatic events in the history of the ancient Near East. Known for their brutal military conquests, advanced technologies, and centralized bureaucracy, the Assyrians ruled a vast empire that spanned much of the ancient Near East, from the heart of Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. The Assyrian Empire, at its height during the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, was one of the most powerful and feared civilizations in history. However, despite their military prowess and technological advancements, the empire's rapid and dramatic collapse around the late 7th century BCE marked the end of one of the ancient world's most formidable empires. The Assyrian Empire's fall was not the result of a single factor, but rather a combination of internal strife, external invasions, and environmental challenges, which together led to the empire's downfall. At its peak, the Assyrian Empire was a militaristic and highly organized state that stretched across parts of modern-day Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Iran, as well as areas of Egypt and Israel. The Assyrian kings were notorious for their ruthless military tactics and their ability to conquer vast territories. The empire's military successes were often accompanied by acts of terror, with captured cities subjected to brutal punishments, including mass executions, deportations, and the destruction of entire communities. The Assyrians developed a highly effective and well-disciplined army, utilizing advanced weaponry and tactics that gave them a decisive edge over their enemies. Their use of iron weapons, siege engines, and chariots made them one of the most formidable military forces of the ancient world. Under kings such as Tiglath-Pileser III, Shalmaneser V, Sargon II, and Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian Empire expanded rapidly, conquering much of the ancient Near East and establishing a vast empire that controlled key trade routes and territories. One of the most distinctive features of the Assyrian Empire was its highly centralized and efficient administration. The Assyrians established a system of provincial governors, who were directly accountable to the king and played a key role in maintaining order throughout the empire. The Assyrian bureaucracy was known for its efficiency and its ability to mobilize resources quickly, which was essential for maintaining the empire's military campaigns and economic stability. The empire was divided into regions or provinces, each governed by an appointed official who was responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining law and order, and overseeing local military units. The Assyrians also developed a highly organized communication system, which allowed for the swift movement of information and military orders across their vast empire. The Assyrians were also skilled engineers and architects, known for their monumental construction projects, including the construction of massive palaces, cities, and defensive walls. The most famous of these projects was the city of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire during the reign of Ashurbanipal. Nineveh was one of the largest and most impressive cities of the ancient world, with grand palaces, temples, and libraries. The Assyrian king Ashurbanipal is particularly renowned for his efforts in building the Royal Library of Nineveh, which housed thousands of clay tablets containing cuneiform texts on a wide range of topics, including literature, science, and law. This library has provided modern scholars with invaluable insights into the culture, religion, and history of the Assyrian Empire. Despite the Assyrian Empire's many accomplishments, its brutal military campaigns, heavy taxation, and ruthless treatment of conquered peoples sowed the seeds of its eventual downfall. As the empire expanded, it became increasingly difficult for the Assyrian kings to maintain control over their vast territories. The empire's constant military campaigns, coupled with the heavy burden of taxation and tribute placed on its subjects, led to widespread discontent and rebellion among the conquered peoples. The Assyrians had a long history of brutal repression, and their treatment of conquered cities and peoples created numerous enemies within their empire. The Assyrian practice of deporting entire populations from conquered cities was a tactic designed to prevent rebellion, but it also created a sense of hatred and resentment among the people of the empire. The growing discontent among the Assyrian subjects, combined with the increasing difficulty of managing a vast empire, made the Assyrians vulnerable to internal instability. The first signs of the empire's decline began during the reign of Ashurbanipal, the last great king of the Assyrian Empire, whose death in 627 BCE marked the beginning of the empire's unraveling. Although Ashurbanipal's reign had been marked by military victories and the expansion of the empire's territory, his death left the empire without a strong and capable ruler. The political instability that followed his death was exacerbated by the growing power of rival kingdoms, such as the Babylonians, the Medes, and the Scythians. These emerging powers took advantage of the weakening of the Assyrian Empire and began to challenge its dominance in the region. The fall of the Assyrian Empire was brought about by a combination of internal and external factors. One of the most significant external factors was the rise of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, led by the ambitious king Nabopolassar. In the early 7th century BCE, the Babylonians, who had long been subject to Assyrian rule, began to assert their independence and challenge the Assyrian Empire's dominance in Mesopotamia. Nabopolassar, who had previously been a governor under the Assyrians, led a revolt against Assyrian rule and established the Neo-Babylonian Empire. The Babylonians were soon joined by the Medes, another powerful kingdom that had emerged in the eastern part of the Iranian plateau. Together, the Babylonians and the Medes formed an alliance against the Assyrians, and in 612 BCE, they launched a combined assault on the Assyrian capital of Nineveh. The siege of Nineveh marked the beginning of the end for the Assyrian Empire. After a brutal and protracted siege, Nineveh fell to the combined forces of the Babylonians and the Medes. The fall of Nineveh was a devastating blow to the Assyrian Empire, as it represented the loss of the capital and the center of Assyrian power. The city was looted, and many of its inhabitants were killed or taken captive. The destruction of Nineveh marked the collapse of the Assyrian state, and the empire quickly disintegrated into smaller, competing kingdoms. After the fall of Nineveh, the remnants of the Assyrian Empire were absorbed by the rising powers of the Babylonians, Medes, and Persians, and Assyria ceased to be a major political force in the ancient Near East. The fall of the Assyrian Empire was also influenced by the changing political and military dynamics of the ancient world. The rise of the Medes and the Babylonians marked the shift from Assyrian dominance in the region to the emergence of new powers. The Babylonians, in particular, were able to take advantage of the Assyrian Empire's weaknesses and exploit its internal divisions. The Babylonians, under Nabopolassar and his successor Nebuchadnezzar II, would go on to establish one of the most powerful empires in the ancient world. In contrast, the Assyrians, once known for their military might and technological innovations, were now a defeated and disbanded empire. The Assyrian Empire's fall can also be understood in the context of broader historical patterns. The collapse of the Assyrians was part of a larger wave of empire building and empire collapse that occurred in the ancient Near East around the end of the 7th century BCE. The fall of Assyria was followed by the rise of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which would eventually be overtaken by the Persian Empire in the 6th century BCE. These shifts in power were part of a cyclical process in which empires rose and fell, often as a result of internal strife, external invasions, and changes in political, economic, and military circumstances. The Assyrian collapse exemplifies the fragility of even the most powerful civilizations and the ways in which political, social, and military forces can conspire to bring down an empire. The impact of the Assyrian collapse was profound, not just for the people of Mesopotamia, but for the entire ancient world. The destruction of the Assyrian Empire led to a power vacuum in the ancient Near East, which allowed new powers like the Babylonians, the Medes, and eventually the Persians, to emerge and reshape the political landscape of the region. The fall of Assyria also marked the end of an era of intense military conquest and expansion, as the new empires sought to establish themselves in a more stable and diplomatic manner. In the aftermath of the Assyrian Empire's collapse, the legacy of the Assyrians lived on in the ruins they left behind. The monumental architecture, art, and written records of the Assyrians provided valuable insights into their culture and history. Archaeologists continue to uncover new evidence of Assyrian civilization, including massive palace complexes, intricate wall reliefs, and the famous Assyrian royal inscriptions, which detail the military campaigns and accomplishments of Assyrian kings. Despite the fall of their empire, the Assyrians' cultural contributions to art, warfare, and governance continue to be studied and admired by historians and archaeologists. The fall of the Assyrian Empire serves as a powerful reminder of the impermanence of even the most powerful civilizations. It highlights the complex interplay of internal and external factors, such as political instability, military overreach, and the rise of rival powers, that can contribute to the downfall of great empires. The Assyrians, once the undisputed rulers of the ancient Near East, are now remembered not only for their military prowess and architectural achievements but also for the lessons their rise. The fall of the Roman Empire is a subject that has fascinated historians, scholars, and enthusiasts for centuries. Its collapse remains one of the most iconic and profound events in world history, not just for its immediate political and military consequences, but for the ripple effects it had on Western civilization. Once the supreme power in the Mediterranean world, the Roman Empire was a beacon of military strength, architectural genius, cultural achievements, and governance. However, after more than 5 centuries of dominance, it began to decline in the 4th century AD, eventually falling in 476 AD. The causes of the fall of Rome are multifaceted, and historians have proposed numerous theories over the years, from internal weaknesses to external pressures. What is clear, however, is that the end of the Roman Empire was not the result of a single event, but rather a complex combination of factors, both internal and external, which worked in tandem to bring about the collapse of one of history's most powerful empires. The Roman Empire, at its height in the 2nd century AD, stretched from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Mesopotamia. It controlled vast territories, encompassing diverse peoples, languages, and cultures. This unprecedented empire was underpinned by a sophisticated political structure, an unparalleled military machine, and an intricate network of roads and infrastructure that connected the farthest reaches of the empire. Rome was a powerhouse in many areas. Its military was unmatched, its legal system a model of governance, and its cultural influence spread across the known world. The Pax Romana, or Roman peace, which lasted from the 1st to the 2nd century AD, marked an era of relative stability and prosperity, as trade, the arts, and the economy flourished. However, beneath this outward stability, the empire was beginning to face significant challenges, many of which would ultimately contribute to its downfall. One of the primary internal factors that contributed to the fall of Rome was political instability. Over the centuries, the Roman Empire experienced numerous leadership crises, often marked by the rise of emperors who came to power through military coups, political intrigue, or assassination. As the empire grew in size, it became increasingly difficult for any single emperor to effectively govern. The system of succession, which had originally been based on the election of emperors by the Senate, became increasingly chaotic as emperors seized power through force or influence. This lack of a stable, legitimate system of succession led to frequent changes in leadership, civil wars, and power struggles. The so-called crisis of the 3rd century, 235 to 284 AD, exemplifies this instability, as the empire was divided into multiple factions and faced threats from both within and outside its borders. This political fragmentation weakened the central authority of Rome and left the empire vulnerable to external threats. Another significant internal factor was economic decline. The Roman economy was highly dependent on agriculture, and the expansion of the empire had relied heavily on the conquest of new lands and the plundering of wealth from those territories. As the empire reached its maximum territorial extent, it became harder to sustain this expansionist model. Additionally, the Roman economy was reliant on slave labor, which created long-term problems as the supply of slaves dwindled, particularly after the cessation of large-scale military conquests. The decline of the agricultural sector, coupled with a lack of technological innovation and the growing gap between the rich and poor, contributed to economic stagnation. Rome's imperial expenditures also began to outstrip its revenue, leading to heavy taxation, inflation, and a debasement of currency. This economic strain put a tremendous burden on the empire's ability to maintain its military, infrastructure, and administrative systems, further destabilizing the Roman state. Military overextension was another key factor in the fall of Rome. At its height, the Roman Empire controlled vast territories that required a massive military presence to defend. The Roman legions, once a symbol of Rome's power, became increasingly overstretched as they were deployed to defend borders that spanned from the frigid northern frontiers of Britain and Germania to the scorching deserts of Africa and the Middle East. The empire faced constant threats from external forces, including barbarian invasions, Persian raids, and internal uprisings. The Romans were unable to adequately defend all of their borders, particularly during the later stages of the empire, when resources were stretched thin. The incursions of the Goths, Vandals, Huns, and other barbarian groups during the 4th and 5th centuries AD placed tremendous pressure on Rome's military forces. The Battle of Adrianople in 378 AD, where the Eastern Roman Empire's army was decisively defeated by the Goths, is often cited as one of the most significant events in the empire's decline, as it revealed the vulnerability of Roman forces to barbarian incursions. The decline of Roman military power was also linked to the empire's increasing reliance on mercenaries. As the empire's internal structure weakened and the central authority became more fragmented, the Romans increasingly turned to foreign soldiers to fill their ranks. These mercenaries, often recruited from barbarian tribes, were less loyal to Rome than the native-born legions, and their allegiances could be easily swayed by external forces or offers of wealth. This reliance on mercenaries eroded the effectiveness of the Roman army, and by the 5th century, Roman forces were often made up of more non-Roman soldiers than Roman citizens. This shift contributed to the army's inability to defend Rome from external attacks and to maintain control over its vast territories. Another internal factor that contributed to the fall of the Roman Empire was social and cultural decay. The Roman society of the later empire had become increasingly divided between the elite, who enjoyed immense wealth and luxury, and the common people, who lived in poverty and had little access to political power. This growing inequality contributed to social unrest and dissatisfaction. The once proud Roman civic virtues of discipline, honor, and service to the state began to erode, replaced by a culture of excess, corruption, and political manipulation. The Roman elite, more concerned with personal wealth and power, paid little attention to the needs of the broader population, and the social fabric of the empire began to fray. As a result, the people of Rome, and of the empire more broadly, became less invested in the success of the state, and the traditional Roman ideals of civic responsibility and loyalty were lost. Externally, the Roman Empire faced increasing pressure from a variety of barbarian groups who sought to invade and settle within Roman territory. The migration of various barbarian tribes, such as the Visigoths, Vandals, Huns, and Franks, played a pivotal role in the fall of the Western Roman Empire. These tribes, often fleeing from the Huns or seeking new land for settlement, began to encroach on Roman territory in the 4th and 5th centuries. The Roman response to these invasions was often inadequate, due to the empire's weakened military and political structure. In 410 AD, the Visigoths, led by King Alaric, famously sacked Rome, marking a symbolic and profound blow to the prestige of the Roman Empire. The sack of Rome was a sign that the empire could no longer defend its own capital, and it served as a precursor to the eventual collapse of the Western Roman Empire. The fall of the Western Roman Empire is often marked by the deposition of the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, in 476 AD. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer is seen as the final act in the slow, inexorable decline of the empire. Odoacer's decision to depose the emperor was not an attempt to destroy Rome itself, but rather to replace the existing imperial structure with a more decentralized form of governance. Although the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of classical antiquity and the beginning of the Middle Ages. The collapse of the Roman Empire left behind a power vacuum in Western Europe, which was gradually filled by a number of barbarian kingdoms and empires, including the Ostrogoths, Visigoths, and Franks. These new kingdoms inherited many aspects of Roman culture, including its legal system, architecture, and Christianity, which became a unifying force in the post-Roman world. The legacy of Rome, however, lived on in the Byzantine Empire, which continued to preserve and transmit Roman traditions and culture, particularly through its legal system and its role as the center of Eastern Orthodox Christianity. The fall of Rome has had lasting consequences that continue to shape the modern world. The ideas of Roman law, governance, and culture influenced the development of Western civilization, particularly during the Renaissance and the rise of modern European states. The collapse of Rome also paved the way for the rise of the medieval European kingdoms, the spread of Christianity, and the eventual emergence of the Holy Roman Empire. In many ways, the legacy of Rome continues to be felt today in the political, cultural, and religious institutions of the Western world. In conclusion, the fall of the Roman Empire was the result of a combination of internal decay and external pressures that ultimately led to its disintegration. The political instability, economic decline, military overextension, social decay, and barbarian invasions all played crucial roles in the collapse of this once great empire. While the Western Roman Empire fell in 476 AD, the Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, continued to preserve and transmit Roman culture for centuries. The fall of Rome marks the end of one era and the beginning of another, with the legacy of the Romans continuing to shape the course of history long after their empire was no more. The fall of the Inca Empire is one of the most dramatic and rapid collapses in world history. This powerful civilization, which stretched across the vast Andean mountain range in South America, boasted an empire that, at its peak, encompassed present-day Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Chile, Argentina, and Colombia. The Incas, known for their advanced agricultural techniques, intricate road systems, and grand architectural achievements, seemed poised to continue thriving. Yet, in a matter of just a few decades, their vast empire was undone by a combination of internal conflict, foreign conquest, and unforeseen natural events. The rise and fall of the Inca Empire provides an incredible story of human resilience, but also a cautionary tale about the fragility of even the most powerful civilizations. At its height in the 15th and early 16th centuries, the Inca Empire was the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. The Incas were expert engineers and architects, building a vast network of roads that spanned over 25,000 miles across the rugged Andean terrain. These roads, connected by high-altitude mountain passes and tunnels, enabled the swift movement of armies, messengers, and goods. The Incas also developed innovative farming techniques, such as terracing, to cultivate the steep mountainsides, and their agricultural output helped sustain one of the most populous and sophisticated societies of its time. The Inca capital of Cusco, located in present-day Peru, was a magnificent city home to palaces, temples, and the famous Sacsayhuaman fortress. The Incas also built awe-inspiring structures like Machu Picchu, a mountaintop city that remains one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world. The Incas were ruled by a single emperor, known as the Sapa Inca, who was considered to be the direct descendant of the sun god Inti. The emperor held absolute power and was revered as a divine figure, but the Inca government also operated through a complex system of bureaucracy and administration. The empire was divided into 4 regions, each governed by a noble appointed by the Sapa Inca. The Incas also implemented a system of mita, a form of labor tax, which required citizens to work on state projects, such as building roads, constructing temples, or farming the state-owned land. While the Incas were able to maintain a high degree of order and control within their empire, they were also incredibly efficient at absorbing new cultures and people into their fold. Conquered tribes were often incorporated into the empire through a combination of diplomacy, forced relocation, and intermarriage. This integration allowed the Incas to expand rapidly, but it also created tensions within their vast empire. Despite its military and administrative strength, the Inca Empire was not immune to internal strife. The Incas were highly centralized, with the emperor holding absolute power. However, this system of centralized rule created vulnerabilities, particularly when succession disputes arose. The Sapa Inca had many wives and children, and succession to the throne was often contested. When the Inca Emperor Huayna Capac died in 1527, his sudden death set off a chain of events that would eventually contribute to the empire's collapse. Huayna Capac's death led to a civil war between his sons, Atahualpa and Huáscar, for control of the empire. Atahualpa, who ruled in the north, emerged victorious, but the civil war left the empire weakened and divided, both politically and militarily. At the same time, the Inca Empire was faced with new external threats. In 1532, the Spanish conquistadors, led by Francisco Pizarro, arrived in South America. At first, the Inca had little knowledge of the Spanish, and their initial contact was peaceful. However, the Spanish soon demonstrated their military superiority with their advanced weapons, armor, and horses. The Incas, accustomed to fighting with traditional weapons like spears, slings, and clubs, were no match for the Spanish firepower. Pizarro, recognizing the disarray within the Inca Empire following the Civil War, capitalized on this instability. He strategically captured Atahualpa, the reigning emperor, during a meeting in the city of Cajamarca. Atahualpa was held hostage by the Spanish, and despite his attempts to negotiate his release by offering a room full of gold and silver, he was eventually executed. This dramatic event marked the beginning of the Inca Empire's downfall. The Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire was not a result of superior numbers. In fact, Pizarro's army was small, numbering fewer than 200 men, but the Spanish were able to exploit the political fragmentation within the Inca Empire. After the capture of Atahualpa, the Spanish faced little organized resistance from the Inca military. The empire's once formidable army, which had successfully defended the empire for centuries, was now divided and demoralized. The Spanish also took advantage of their technological superiority, including firearms, cannons, and steel weapons, which gave them a significant advantage in battle. Additionally, the Spanish used horses, which were unknown to the Incas, further exacerbating the disparity between the two forces. The Spanish conquistadors also formed alliances with various native groups who had been subjugated by the Incas. These alliances helped the Spanish gain further support and intelligence, enabling them to defeat the Incas with relatively minimal effort. In addition to military superiority, the Spanish had a powerful weapon that the Incas could not anticipate: the spread of diseases. Smallpox, brought to the Americas by European explorers, began to decimate the indigenous population even before the Spanish arrived in Inca territory. The Inca population had no immunity to European diseases, and smallpox, along with other diseases such as measles and influenza, spread rapidly through the empire. By the time the Spanish arrived, Much of the Inca population had already been severely weakened by these diseases, leaving them vulnerable to conquest. It is estimated that between 50 to 90% of the Inca population was killed by European diseases, which created even more instability within the empire. The death of so many Inca people, including the empire's leaders and military commanders, further eroded the Incas' ability to resist Spanish domination. The Spanish also employed tactics of psychological warfare, which further contributed to the downfall of the Inca Empire. When Pizarro and his men captured Atahualpa, they executed him in a brutal manner, sending a clear message to the Incas that they were not only fighting a foreign invader, but also a ruthless force capable of executing their leaders. This tactic of fear and intimidation worked to further destabilize the empire. The Incas, accustomed to a strong centralized government under the Sapa Inca, found it difficult to mount an effective resistance against a foreign enemy that operated in ways they had never encountered. With their emperor dead and their military weakened, the Incas struggled to coordinate a unified response to the Spanish invasion.